on C-SPAN.
House will be in order. Oh, here we go. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., March 8, 2019. I hereby appoint the Honorable Diana DeGette to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The prayer will be offered by our chaplain, Father Conroy.
Let us pray. God of the universe, we give you thanks for giving us another day. We ask your blessing upon this assembly and upon all who call upon your name. Send your Spirit to fill their hearts with those divine gifts you have prepared for them. May your grace find expression in their compassion for the weak and the poor among us, and may your mercy encourage goodwill in all they do and accomplish this day. As the members of the People's House face the demands of our time, grant them and us all your peace and strength, that we might act justly, love tenderly, and walk humbly with you. May all that is done this day be for your greater honor and glory. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House her approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I object to the vote on the grounds that a quorum is not present, and I make a point of order that a quorum is not present.
Gentleman first ask for a vote.
Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, I demand a vote on the Speaker's approval of the journal.
The question now is on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The journal stands approved. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I object to the vote on the grounds that the quorum is not present and make a point of order that the quorum is not present.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Now, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from California, Mr. Lowenthal.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 5 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
I wish to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased and proud to stand here in support of H.R. 1. But I'm especially proud that H.R. 1 contains the Redistricting Reform Act, legislation that was introduced by Representatives Lofgren, Brownlee, and myself. This legislation would require states to create independent redistricting commissions to draw congressional seats, removing politicians and partisan gerrymandering from the process. I've worked for decades on this cause. I helped to lead in the California legislature on redistricting efforts, which ultimately led to the creation of the California Redistricting Independent Commission, which is now recognized as one of the best practices in redistricting. Let's follow this example across the country. Let's have members here who represent fair and equitable districts and who are elected to represent their districts and not to be just to protect incumbency.
Gentleman's
Thank
time's
you,
expired.
and I yield
For
back.
what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker,
Request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, 58 years ago this week, President John F. Kennedy signed an executive order establishing the United States Peace Corps. Since then, more than 200,000 Americans have participated in international service opportunities through the Peace Corps. International service organizations like the Peace Corps and student exchange programs operated by the Department of State play an important role in promoting the image of America around the world. These programs provide American volunteers with a chance to learn about their host country's society and values. And in turn, volunteers share American culture and values to the people of their host country. This fosters a great understanding of and strong friendship between our country and those around the world. The Peace Corps was created with the strong belief that Americans are willing to contribute part of their life to the country. President Kennedy said that we must not merely aim to have an economic advantage in life, but we must strive for a greater purpose. Madam Speaker, for 58 years, the United States Peace Corps has provided thousands of Americans with that greater purpose. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my
Gentleman yields
time.
back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks as necessary.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1 so that more Americans can exercise their right to vote. On Election Day of last year, voters in my district on the Central Coast of California set a new record for turnout in a midterm election. In San Benito County, we saw one of the highest increases in the state for folks registering to vote. In Monterey County, the majority of registered voters voted by absentee ballot and by mail. These are service members who filled out their ballot and from where they were stationed, and also folks at home who could take time to thoughtfully cast their vote. Unfortunately, on that same election day, voters around this country didn't have that opportunity, and they had to go to polling places where they faced malfunctioning voting machines and found the registration frozen or purged. These instances left thousands of citizens without a vote and without a voice in our democracy. That is why we need to pass H.R. 1. Look, the most important person in our democracy are not those who hold office, but it's those educated and informed voters that put us in office. Let's give those types of voters more opportunity to participate in our democracy and pass H.R. 1. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute. Revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last Congress, the Judiciary Committee interviewed multiple DOJ and FBI officials about their actions regarding the 2016 elections. People anticipate the Mueller report soon. Will he find any so-called collusion? Or was the only collusion among agency personnel who hated the president and started this investigation? Our interview transcripts were pertinent to a congressional investigation, but in the 115th Congress ended, the investigation was closed and copies were shared with certain members. Out of an abundance of caution, we gave DOJ an opportunity to review them for information that would endanger national security, but after many months and little progress, our patience grows thin. The proposed redactions had nothing to do with national security and are an anathema to our goal of government transparency. I am, therefore, today making one of those transcripts public. Mr. Speaker, to avoid burdening GPO in a 200-page transcript, I request the link dougcollins.house.gov/or to be placed into the record so the American people can review the transcript of Bruce Orr. I intend to make other transcripts public soon. I'm willing to consider reasonable redactions by DOJ makes in timely manner, but won't allow these transcripts to remain shrouded in secrecy. With that, I yield back.
Without objection, the link will appear in the record. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois rise?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, please.
Without objection, gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are delivering a major victory for American families today, a victory for transparency, integrity, and accountability in our democracy. I'm proud to have helped introduce H.R. 1, the For the People Act, because in every corner of Illinois, I hear from folks who are frustrated about politics. They're frustrated with the secret and dark money that enters politics. They're frustrated by the self-dealing in Washington, and they're frustrated by the culture of corruption that rewards the powerful while the voices of hardworking Americans are drowned out. Our For the People Act will bring fundamental change to Washington. Our bill will end the dominance of big money in politics. It will ensure that elections are fair, And it will make sure Congress is working for the people instead of for themselves, banning members from serving on corporate boards. Our For the People Act will make it easier to vote. Madam Speaker, the American people sent us here to clean up the mess in Washington. Today, we are delivering on that promise. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma rise?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor Peter E. Leutwiler, an American hero and a true friend to our country's veterans. Mr. Leutwiler served in military intelligence during the Vietnam War, and in January of 1968, when his compound was surrounded by enemy troops and the machine gunners abandoned their post, Mr. Leutwiler and a brave Marine manned the machine guns for hours, keeping the enemies at bay and protecting the lives of their team. For this act of bravery, he was awarded the Vietnamese equivalent of the Bronze Star. After he retired, Mr. Leutwiler dedicated his time to fellow veterans. He now serves as a program manager for Warrior Partnerships of Eastern Oklahoma and the Oklahoman Veterans Connections, and he is a mentor to veterans going through the Tulsa Veterans Treatment Court, going above and beyond to enrich the lives of Oklahoma veterans. Mr. Leutwiler is an incredible example of the great men and women who have served our country every day. He is the 1st District's March 2019 Veteran of the Month, and I'm honored to recognize him with this award. Madam Speaker, I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois rise?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today on International Women's Day to honor a woman who has been a pillar of strength in my community during a particularly difficult time. Last month in Aurora, Illinois, we had 5 neighbors killed in a terrible act of gun violence. If you watched the news following that tragedy, you saw a woman, Chief of Police Kirsten Zeman, exuding strength, compassion, resolve, and leadership following an event we never imagined would happen in our community. Chief Zeman leads the 2nd biggest police department in our state of Illinois. No small feat considering that there are only 219 female chiefs in the more than 14,000 police departments nationwide. Chief Zeman's compassionate leadership and barrier-breaking approach to law enforcement inspired us all across the Fox Valley region. We truly are Aurora strong. Her strength and her service to our community makes us so proud, and I look forward to watching all the little girls in our community grow up knowing they can be anything they want to be, from a police chief to a congresswoman, because they grew up seeing it firsthand. There are women like Chief Zeman lifting all of our communities all over the 14th District and all over our country, and I'm so glad to celebrate them today. And with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to commemorate a tradition that has come to define a small town in rural Florida. Every winter, Plant City transforms for the Strawberry Festival, an event that celebrates the annual strawberry harvest. When the festival was founded in 1930, it was a way for the residents of Plant City to not only mark a new crop of strawberries, but also was one of the few times a year locals could eat strawberries due to their short shelf life. Today, the 11-day event attracts guests far beyond Plant City, and the strawberry growers in the community now supply virtually all winter strawberries grown in the United States. This success comes at the hard work of our strawberry growers in Plant City. These entrepreneurial men and women work tirelessly to bring us the strawberries many of us enjoy. And I want to take this opportunity to thank them for all that they do for us. Strawberries have become the lifeblood of Plant City, and our community wouldn't be what it is today without them. I also want to take this time to congratulate Kendall Gaudens, who was crowned this year's Strawberry Festival Queen. Kendall joins the illustrious ranks of many great women before her, including Florida's current Attorney General, my friend Ashley Moody. I also want to congratulate Madeline Conrad, who was named First Maid, and Kennedy Collins, Jada Brown, and Olivia Frazier, who were selected for the court. Madam Speaker, I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the McFarland High School girls basketball team. Undefeated in regular season Division IV play, our girls were moved up to Division III for state. Undaunted, the team's motto is relentless, and that's what they've been. On Tuesday night, our girls brought home the school's first Southern California Regional Championship. They are a textbook example of what can be accomplished through hard work, practice, and teamwork. led by coaches Johnny Samaniego and Gina Barajas. The girls, Lucia Barajas, Heidi Bojorquez, Nelly Diaz, Angelica Gonzalez, Emily Gonzalez, Julie Hernandez, Adeline Lopez, Shania Perry, Lucia Rocha, Kathy Rodriguez, and Pilar Samaniego. The girls are now playing Oakland High School, represented by my friend and colleague Barbara Lee in tonight's state championship game. I ask my colleagues to join me in sending them the best of our luck. We're so proud of our girls and their families. Go Cougars! And with that, Speaker, I now yield my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes, the gentlelady from Missouri rise?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I raise my objection to H.R. 1, the so-called We the People Act. This act should really be called the Fund the Politicians Act. It's a federal takeover of our election system. It opens up our precious election system to fraud, and it violates free speech rights. This bill would allow for the funding of politicians' campaigns. They would be given a 6-to-1 match with government money for their campaigns. I don't believe Americans want their money going to help pay for more robocalls from politicians that they don't even support. It also will give $25 to citizens to give to a campaign of their choice. What a terrible use of our tax dollars. It also opens up our system to fraud by requiring that they have to allow for online registration, same-day registration, and it nullifies all the state protections. No Secretary of State was even consulted about this bill. And finally, it violates our free speech rights by requiring the publishing of the names and addresses of donors to organizations who may speak about a candidate. This bill is terrible. Every vote should count, and no government money should go to line politicians' campaigns.
Pursuant to House Resolution 172 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House and the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 1. Will the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. DeGette, kindly take the chair?
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 1, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to expand Americans' access to the ballot box, reduce the influence of big money in politics, and strengthen ethics rules for public servants and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole rose on Thursday, March 7, 2019, Amendment number 69, printed in Part B of House Report 116-16, offered by the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Slotkin, had been disposed of. It is now in order to consider Amendment number 70, printed in Part B of House Report 116-16. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 70, printed in Part B of House Report number 116-16, offered by Mr. Neguse of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 172, the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Colorado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm proud to offer an amendment today to ensure early registration or pre-registration for all 16 and 17-year-olds across the country ahead of their 18th birthday. To be clear, my amendment does not lower the voting age. It simply allows individuals to pre-register so they're registered and ready to vote when they turn 18. Today, 14 states, including my home state, the great state of Colorado, as well as the District of Columbia, permit pre-registration beginning at 16 years old. 4 states permit pre-registration beginning at 17 years old, and 5 other states allow for pre-registration a few months ahead of voters' 18th birthday. States across the nation are taking up pre-registration to integrate young people into the democratic process early, and I think it's time for us to take up these reforms at the federal level. We see young people interacting with the government agencies most frequently when they are 16 and getting their driver's license or learner's permit. This is common sense to allow our young folks to early register when they are already at the Department of Motor Vehicles in their respective state, where voter registration services are typically offered, to ensure that when they turn 18, they have no barriers to casting their ballot on Election Day. Madam Chair, the foundation of our democracy is built on the ability of our citizens to vote. We must hold this right precious and sacred, and we must encourage, in my view, our citizens of every age, from every background and every locality and every political party, to engage in our political process. Pre-registration helps us do that by investing in our next generation and by encouraging democratic participation from an early age. Thank you, Madam Chair, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Illinois.
Madam Chair, I rise to claim time in opposition.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to my new colleague, Mr. Neguse. Welcome. I'm glad you're participating in the process. I am going to oppose your amendment, not because of the process, just because it adds another layer of burden to our states and our localities. Many states already accept pre-registration forms, and that's within their state's jurisdiction to do so. I just don't like this top-down approach, which this now upwards of 700-page mammoth bill called H.R. 1 is putting onto our states and our local election officials. Our county offices, our local officials, they're bleeding from unfunded mandates from state and federal governments, and this is one more of those. I agree. We ought to get more 16 and 17-year-olds interested in government. I've got twin boys who are 18. I try and get them interested. Sometimes they're not even interested in me and what we do. But the key is we as members of Congress ought to go take our message to the high schools. And I just recently was in Boston with a bipartisan group and with in and around our colleague Joe Kennedy's district. And Joe and Mark Wayne Mullen and Lisa Blunt Rochester and I, we visited numerous high schools. And I hope all four of us standing there in a bipartisan way actually inspired some young people in the Boston area to get engaged. My colleague Jimmy Panetta and I visited schools in my district last fall to do the exact same thing, to show people that we can work together in a bipartisan way. Unfortunately, this process in H.R. 1 has been nothing but partisan. And that's not the message that we need to send to 16 and 17-year-olds. I have put my hand out in an olive branch. I've accepted many Democratic amendments throughout the last few days, and not one single amendment, either in the markup of the only committee that marked this bill up, House Administration, where we offered 28, not one Republican amendment to this bill that's now 700 pages has been accepted. Every amendment has been a Democrat-led amendment. I thought the new Democratic majority was going to be bipartisan. I thought the new Democratic majority was going to be transparent. I thought the new Democratic majority was going to not work with special interests to write mammoth 700-page bills. But I guess, Madam Chair, I was mistaken, and I'll reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Colorado.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank my colleague from the other side of the aisle for his thoughtful comments. I would say that I think this amendment is a bipartisan amendment in the sense that it will apply equally to every 16 and 17-year-old across the country, irrespective of their political affiliation. In Colorado, actually, in some months, we've had more Republican 16 and 17-year-olds pre-register than Democrat 16 and 17-year-olds. So really what this is all about is just ensuring that young folks in our country are able to integrate into the political process and engage in their civic duties at an earlier age. And from my perspective, I appreciate the gentleman's comments with respect to visiting high schools. I certainly do that quite a bit in my district, to meet with young folks, to talk to them about how to become better citizens and engaged in their community. And often the question I get is how? And I think this is a great answer. The ability to say to them that if they go when they get their driver's license and pre-register to vote, so that ultimately when they turn 18, they are automatically registered and ready to participate in our elections. I think that at the end of the day, it will do a great service to our country and will get more young people involved in our political process. With that, I want to yield 1 minute to the distinguished colleague and the chair of our Immigration Subcommittee and, of course, the chair of the House Administration Committee, Representative Lofgren.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Chair, I just want to express my thanks to the gentleman from Colorado for offering this refining amendment. I think he's exactly right. In order to fully engage the American people, we need to make every effort for them to participate. And for young people who feel that they really don't have a say, allowing them to pre-register helps them buy into our American system of government. Somebody on the other side of the building said, well, this is a power grab to make sure that this H.R. 1's a power. It is. It's a power grab for the American people to take the power away from the special interests and give it to the American people. And the gentleman's amendment helps further that worthy goal, and I thank him for offering it, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Colorado.
Madam Chair, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Illinois.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague again, Mr. Neguse. I admire your tenacity, and admire your, your willingness to come down and legislate. I stand ready to come to your district and talk to high schoolers with you, and I would hope you would reciprocate, come to mine. So just have your team call mine, and we'll figure out a way to work something out. But I think that's the best way for us to send a message to high schoolers, to get them engaged, get them involved. This is just an administrative burden that's going to affect our state and local officials to process. I mean, there are provisions in this 700-page mammoth bill that don't allow our local election officials to clean voters off the rolls that they no longer may live in their jurisdiction. So we're hindering local officials' ability to clean up their rolls and then decide, later on that we're going to go ahead and pre-register people that we don't know may or may not want to vote in their college town of residence. So it just is a burden that I think is unnecessary, although, again, respect your willingness to come down here and debate. This is an issue that goes further than Mr. Neguse's amendment. I'm going to oppose the amendment. I urge folks to vote no on it. But more importantly, I urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill that's going to eventually cost taxpayers billions of dollars and add billions upon billions to the campaign coffers of members of Congress. That's not what the taxpayers of my district are asking for. It's not what the taxpayers of America are asking for. It's only what the Democratic majority is asking for, and I'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Colorado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I certainly will take up my colleague on his invitation and look forward to visiting your district and having you come to Boulder and Fort Collins, where I know there are plenty of 16 and 17-year-olds who are very eager to be able to advocate for other young folks to be able to pre-register in other states as they have been able to in Colorado, thanks to the incredible election reforms that we've enacted in our state. I understand that we have respectful disagreement with respect to the merits of the underlying bill, but I would hope that on this particular amendment that is not particularly controversial, and that, as I said, is really a nonpartisan approach to just getting young folks of all political affiliations involved in our political process. I would hope and trust that colleagues in both parties here in this chamber would think about this amendment thoughtfully, and I would certainly urge them to support it. And with that, I will yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Neguse. And we know this bill is not going to be signed into law, and I look forward to working with you on other amendments that we might be able to come up with some good plans to engage our 16 and 17-year-olds, engage the next generation of leaders. I hope maybe a visit that we can do together could inspire somebody to do what we do one day, and that would be what we would manage to call ourselves successful in legislating to inspire the next generation. This bill, H.R. 1, is not going to inspire the next generation. I appreciate Mr. Neguse. I appreciate his willingness to serve, and I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Gentleman
Madam Chair,
from Colorado.
I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. It's now in order to consider Amendment 71, printed in Part B of House Report 116-16. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Arizona rise?
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 71, printed in Part B of House Report number 116-16, offered by Mrs. Kirkpatrick of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 172, the gentlelady from Arizona and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Arizona.
Madam Speaker, I strongly support H.R. 1, and I commend Congressman John Sarbanes for his persistent work on this legislation. We have an opportunity here to reduce the role of dark money in politics and make it easier for Americans to participate in our democracy. This is not a partisan issue. This is an American democracy issue, and H.R. 1 is the best solution to cleaning up corruption in Washington. I'm proud of my colleagues for working on this historic and necessary package. You see, Madam Speaker, I ran as a publicly funded candidate in Arizona under our public financing law called Clean Elections when I first ran for the legislature. This meant I had to go out and get a certain number of $5 contributions from constituents in my district, which I then turned in to get my public financing. It was the same for everyone who was running as a clean election candidate, regardless of party. It equalized everything. But one of my favorite stories is I was walking from my law office down to the post office to check my mail, and this cowboy pulled up in his pickup truck at a stoplight and rolled down the window, and he said, "Hey, Ann, you don't know me, but I gave you $5. And so he felt empowered in my election. I walked over, we had a conversation in the middle of the street, and that's the way it should be. This puts power in the pocket of the people, not special interests. And that's the way it should be. It is the For the People Act, and that empowers people, and that makes our democracy work. I offer my amendment because it creates transparency in the process. This amendment was actually suggested by a Republican colleague. It requires the disclosure of credit card verification, value, and billing address information for purchases of online advertising. The credit card verification value is an anti-fraud security technology designed to protect us and to reduce fraudulent activity. We know that there are bad actors and foreign nationals out there that have an interest in influencing our American elections through online advertising. Haven't we seen that very, very well in the last couple of years? We have loopholes that allow them to do so, but we can fix that. No, not only can we fix it, we must fix it. This amendment is a common sense solution to help protect the integrity of our elections and prevent bad players from compromising our outcomes. This amendment is focused on protecting our democracy through transparency in the digital age. I urge you, and I urge all of my colleagues, to support my amendment and the entire H.R. 1 package to clean up Washington and put the American people first. Remember that cowboy who stopped me in the middle of the road, who felt like he was empowered in his election and in his selection of his representative. That's the way it should be. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time. I reserve the balance of my time, sorry.
Gentlelady reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois rise?
Madam Chair, I rise to claim time in opposition, although I'm not opposed to this amendment.
Without objection, gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Welcome back to my colleague, Ms. Kirkpatrick. It's great to have you back in this institution. Your amendment is an amendment that I support. However, the underlying bill, H.R. 1, is the furthest thing that can be considered for the people. This bill is nothing but a bill that's for loading billions upon billions of dollars into the coffers of members of Congress. I don't think anybody in my district who stops me in the street is saying, hey, we want you to take taxpayer dollars away from investing in infrastructure, take taxpayer dollars away from investing in pediatric cancer research, and you know what? And load up your campaign coffers with that so you can go enrich some political operatives and maybe buy some more TV commercials and radio ads. Send some more mail pieces that get thrown away immediately when they come into your house. This has got to be one of the worst examples of self-preservation that I've ever witnessed in my 22 years working for the U.S. House of Representatives and serving in the U.S. House of Representatives. I can't think of one person in my district who has come up and said, I want you to take tax dollars away from building bridges and roads, finding cures for deadly diseases, and putting it in your campaign fund. That's why this bill is terrible. This bill has not been open. It has not been a bipartisan process. It has not been regular order. All the things that the Democrat majority promised us that they would do when they took over. This bill was introduced on January 3rd. I certainly hope every Democratic member actually read the bill before they signed on as a co-sponsor, but I think they're reading it now. There's a lot of problems, which is why we have so many amendments. But let me go through some of the process. We requested a CBO score. It was delivered last Friday. It was updated yesterday, which actually agrees with me that taxpayer dollars are going to be taken away from other priorities that we can spend here in Congress, like roads and bridges and cancer research, Alzheimer's research, and others, and go towards members of Congress's campaign. Hours before the only committee markup that we saw with the majority, an amendment in the nature of a substitute with new text, including a magical new Freedom from Influence fund that would supposedly support this enrichment of members of Congress's campaigns. It had no details on how that fund would be filled. We went through the markup. Only one committee, the smallest committee in Congress, House Administration, was the only committee who marked this up. That's not regular order. 40% of the bill's never even gone through regular order. Yet now we see now 72 amendments over the last few days. 28 of them that we offered to try to make the bill better in committee were all turned down on a partisan roll call. Then we went to rules. Actually had a good time in rules. I have to thank my colleague, Chairperson Lofgren, for that debate during the Rules Committee. We again received new text of the bill 10 minutes before I walked in. 10 minutes before, including 51 new pages. Where was this in the markup process? After the rules hearing and before consideration on the floor, we will learn through leaks to the press that the new Freedom from Influence fund would be filled with some magical surcharges of corporate fines, but had no details. I had no idea that the Democrats' solution to campaign finance reform and to take their goal to take corporate money out of politics was to use corporate money to now fund our campaigns, which we now legally cannot accept. That is the height of hypocrisy. No one is asking for more corporate dollars to line the campaign coffers of members of Congress. This bill and the processes are just a sham. Look, joint committee report with revenue stream projections for this new magical Freedom from Influence fund. It was not shown to us. It was just submitted for the record. We found it, we saw it, and the new CBO report clearly says this fund will be out of money in just a few years after it becomes activated because the costs are going to exponentially rise. And clearly, taxpayer dollars will have to bail it out, and the corporate fund, even the CBO and the Washington Post realize that corporate tax fund, the tax rate of corporate dollars now being funneled into our campaigns that we can't take right now. Those corporate dollars and fines will take away from being able to be spent on the priorities of my constituents that stop me in the streets. They say we want to build new bridges. We want new roadways. We want to make sure that this bill goes down because it's a travesty on the American people and the American taxpayer. Vote no on H.R. 1.
Gentlelady from Arizona.
Madam Speaker, while I have utmost respect and admiration for my colleague across the aisle, in fact, he's one of my favorite members of Congress, I strongly disagree with his characterization of H.R. 1. No one knows more than I about dark money, secret money being spent in elections. I've had tens of millions of dollars spent to defeat me, and yet I prevail because I have the power of the people. That's what this bill does. It empowers people, just like that cowboy who stopped me with his pickup and had contributed $5 to my legislative election. I urge my colleagues to support this election. There's nothing more important than election in our democracy and empowering the people to participate. Nothing. That is the cornerstone of our democracy. I yield back the rest of my time to my esteemed colleague from California.
Gentlelady from California.
Madam Chairwoman, I would like to congratulate the gentlelady from Arizona on this very smart amendment. And I am not surprised. It's typical. She would make this a bipartisan amendment. It's very helpful. It's very smart. And I'm glad that she's back here in Congress to show this leadership. Just one word on the CBO. It shows that there is indeed no tax money involved in the Freedom of Influence Fund. I yield back.
Question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Arizona. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
No, I don't.
The amendment is adopted. It's now in order to consider amendment number 72, printed in Part B of the House Report 116-16. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maine seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today to introduce my amendment to H.R. 1.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 72, printed in Part B of House Report number 116-16, offered by Mr. Golden of Maine.
Pursuant to House Resolution 172, the gentleman from Maine, Mr. Golden, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Maine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I talk about my amendment, I'd like to first thank Congressman Sarbanes for his work on this bill. H.R. 1 is a comprehensive, good government bill that goes a long way in wresting power away from elite who abuse our political system for narrow self-interest. This legislation would return power where it belongs, in the hands of working people. As long as corporations and mega donors finance campaigns, well-connected insiders will continue to call the shots. Mainers have seen firsthand what can happen when the power is returned to the people. In 1996, our state's voters passed a referendum establishing the Maine Clean Elections Act. By collecting small donations from people in their communities, Maine candidates refuse the donations of lobbyists and the well-heeled and concentrate instead on face-to-face conversations with their neighbors. This empowers a community to choose a representative in a battle of ideas instead of a battle of bank accounts. Maine's clean election reforms have been supported and used by candidates of all parties in my state. Republicans, Democrats, Green Party and independent candidates have used our clean election system. In fact, in 2018, a Republican candidate for governor used the system because he understood that it was going to free him up to spend his time going door to door and talking to the very people that he wanted to represent as governor of the state of Maine. Today, we have the opportunity to follow Maine's lead and bring needed reform to the rest of the country. H.R. 1 allows candidates to refuse donations from mega donors by implementing a matching system for small dollar donations from everyday people. As we've seen in Maine, candidates who use this system are good stewards of the funds they receive. But as with any system, there's potential for bad actors, and it's important that they be held accountable. My amendment to H.R. 1 ensures that any bad actors are cut off from the matching system and sets high standards for participation. The legislation bars a candidate from using matching funds if the FEC assesses 3 or more civil penalties against a candidate for violating election laws. And more importantly, if a candidate willfully, knowingly violates the law. My amendment permanently bars them from the program. Finally, my provision reaffirms that egregious violations of campaign finance laws should result in imprisonment of up to 1 to 5 years. With H.R. 1 in my amendment, we're creating an accountable election system. The funds for the matching program, as was just discussed, come from bad corporate actors. These are fines, penalties, and settlements from corporate malfeasance, tax crimes, and other breaches of the public trust. That money can be used to ensure that everyday people who don't have a network of deep money around them, just everyday working people, will be given the opportunity to compete in a campaign, to go out and represent their people, to go out and spend their time talking to them face to face instead of spending their time dialing for dollars, talking to just the very wealthy. It's time that the people take the power back, and by passing my amendment and H.R. 1, we'll take that first step. Americans aren't going to let our democracy be taken out from under us any longer. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment and yes on final passage. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois rise?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to claim time in opposition, and I don't have the best Nickelback lyrics to introduce my next speaker. For 1 minute, I'd like to recognize our Republican leader, Kevin McCarthy.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the ranking member for his work and his love of music. This new Democrat Socialist majority wants the federal government to interfere in our free and fair elections. This bill today, the majority's most important bill, is a massive federal government takeover that would undermine the integrity of our elections. But before I explain why, I want to highlight how the majority has gone to great steps to actually hide their prized legislation from the American people. Madam Speaker, for the American public to understand, when you become the majority, you reserve 1 through 10 of the numbering of bills. And you want to make your number 1 bill the most important thing you do for America to know. 2 years ago, we were in the majority, Madam Speaker, and we made the most important bill to make sure the people's money went back to them. We wanted to cut your taxes. So the most important bill that the Democrat Socialist majority has is to take more of your money and give it to the politicians who want to vote for this bill. How ironic. Now, even though H.R. 1 it has such broad spectrum of where to go, it was referred to 10 committees. Imagine that, 10 committees. But 40% of this bill has not even been marked up. Because what they do, they only went to 1 committee. What committee did they go to? They went to the very special committee, House Administration. Does House Administration, the members that sit on House Administration, I'm sure they're probably selected from the conference committee that you go forward to select individuals to it? No, that's not the committee we went to. House Administration is selected just by 2 people, the Speaker and the Leader. The Speaker and the Leader. And you know what? It's one of the smallest committees we have. Because if H.R. 1 is so important to the American public, I'm sure we would want everybody to see it. But no, it's just 9 people of this House. And in their jurisdiction, they didn't get to mark up the whole bill. They only had about 60% of the bill to mark up. But I want to thank our Republican colleagues on this committee. First of all, Ranking Member Rodney Davis, Mark Walker, and Barry Loudermilk. They were very thoughtful. They realized, even though the chair of the House Administration, when asked during the markup, would the other committees mark up this bill? She promised. She promised that the other 9 committees would see it, that the other 9 committees could mark up that other 40% that the House Administration didn't get a markup. But lo and behold, that's not true. Just as this new Democrat Socialist majority said, there will be 72 hours before things come to the floor. No, yesterday we learned that could mean an hour. Those other 71 don't matter. But what the Republicans on the other side of the aisle did, they wanted to be a thoughtful approach on the issue. They provided 28 amendments to improve H.R. 1. You know how many of the Democrats on the other side that the Speaker selected those 6 members? They didn't vote for one of them. They could not find a way that of those 28 amendments, that one of them could be accepted. I guess the Speaker selected the right people for the House Administration. Now, they call this bill For the People's Act. But I want to explain why I actually think it's for the politicians. Because everyone who votes for this bill today, they're going to go home a little more excited. You know why? They just got the taxpayers to actually fund their elections. And they picked it in a manner where you don't even know, and the multiplying effect of a 6-to-1, who provided it. So let's talk about For the Politicians Act. First, H.R. 1 wants to give American taxpayer dollars to political candidates and campaigns, regardless of whether you support them. We're not talking just Republicans or Democrats running. Any view you want with any impression they want to say.
We just had a bill on the floor yesterday about hate. I imagine there's going to be quite a few people who run for office that get taxpayers' money that talk a lot of hate. I don't think America wants their money spent on that. This bill will give candidates a government match of 6-to-1, not a dollar for dollar. No, 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 no. For the Politician Act multiplies it. So if a citizen gives $200, the government gives $1,200. That's why the new Democrat Socialist Party is so excited by this bill. That's why they made it their #1 priority. Hard-earned taxpayer money should go towards building roads, bridges, or giving a boost to struggling Americans, not just to political campaigns. I'm not sure about these other districts, but when I campaigned, no one came to me and said, let's make sure you take more of my taxpayer money to give to you to run. I can't remember one time anybody on any side of the aisle asked for that. Worse, this bill would allow political candidates to profit off actually running for office from the American taxpayers' dime. The bill expands the use of taxpayer funds to include the child care, the rent, the mortgage, or even professional development. We've now just created a new industry. Think of the individual that just wants to run for office, that wants to spew hate, and says the taxpayers are going to pay for it. I'm just going to keep doing that. Second, H.R. 1 legalizes the vote for convicted felons, even if that person was convicted of election fraud. Can you imagine that? We're going to vote on a bill today that provides more taxpayer money to politicians. It's going to allow felons to vote, because we don't care what states say. But even if you're convicted of election fraud, come on down. We got something special for you. And this wasn't created by one new member of this Democrat Socialist Party. It's the most important bill that they selected. It is H.R. 1. No other bill matters to them but this. Just doesn't make sense to me. Third, H.R. 1 would weaken the security of our elections and make it harder to protect against voter fraud. It automatically registers voters from the DMV. Voting is a right, just not a mandate. This legislation would also prevent officials from ever removing ineligible voters from the rolls or even verifying the accuracy of voter information. To that point, H.R. 1 exposes our election system to widespread fraud. Take ballot harvesting, for example. We have one less member in this body because of harvesting of ballots. A practice where a third-party activist can collect your absentee ballot from other voters and turn them in for you, or potentially not even turn them in at all. Can you imagine putting the trust of your vote in the hands of a stranger? If that doesn't scare you, it should. Sadly, this practice was weaponized in California and North Carolina not so long ago. But now we want to make it everywhere. You know, the Washington Post highlighted the peril of this practice. Let me read you the headline. Don't be shocked by the North Carolina fraud allegations. Absentee ballots are much less secure than polling places. Absentee ballots are less secure than polling places. The piece goes on to say, no one oversees voters filling out absentee ballots to ensure that they fill out the ballot and return it without tampering. Campaigns and parties have taken advantage of this by turning to campaign and party workers to deliver and return absentee ballot materials for voters on an honor system. And finally, this bill wants to stack the deck in favor of the party in power at the Federal Election Commission. We talk a lot about bipartisanship. We've talked a lot about it in different ways. The committee that could only mark up 60% of this bill, you might say it's bipartisan, but it's not level. It's 6-3. That's why not one of the 28 amendments got adopted. But the Federal Election Commission is of 6 commissioners, a panel of 3 on one side and 3 on the others. So what does this bill do that the new Democrat Socialist majority care most about? Let's stack the deck. Let's stack the deck a little further. Let's not make it 3-3. Let's put the party in power to get that one more, to put the thumb on the scale a little further. So they want to make it a 5-panel. This week, the New York Times wrote, Republicans arguably have spent more time trying to define this bill than Democrat socialists have spent trying to promote it. I wonder why. If it's your most important bill, the bill that's going to define your Congress, let's look at what it is. They want to take more taxpayer money. They want to give you less freedom. Those who vote for it today, I guess they walk away with a raise in their campaign. They're asking the taxpayer to give them 6-1. Pretty good return, I would say. But it doesn't even matter if the taxpayer supports you or not, because you're just going to make government larger and take the money away. It's going to make people who are convicted of felons open the door, come on and vote. Even if you're convicted of election fraud. It's kind of interesting to me that you'd make it your #1 priority. It's kind of interesting to me, a structure of Congress, if you referred to a committee, that you wouldn't have it all marked up. It's kind of interesting to me, the only committee you'd pick to mark it up is the one chosen by the Speaker. It's interesting to me that this is where you spend your time. We can do better, and I hope today we have a big voice to say taxpayers should not pay for our elections, that politicians should not vote to take more of their hard-earned money from taxpayers so they could say things that people disagree with. I yield back.
Yields back. All members are reminded to address their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from Illinois. Reserves. Gentleman from Maine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I think I'm going to go home this weekend to my district feeling comfortable that I understand what my constituents want. As I said earlier, in 1996, Maine voters actually voted for a public funding program in the state of Maine. And they liked the program so much that they actually upped the ante in 2015 through another voter referendum, where Maine voters actually voted to say, we want to continue this program and we want to increase the funding to keep regular people competitive against the dark money that was flowing into elections in the state of Maine. You know, in the state of Maine, we actually allow convicted felons to vote. They do it from prison. Because while we believe in holding people accountable for their crimes, we don't feel a need in Maine to take their voice away from them. So I'm going to go home knowing that I understand my district. I also just want to take a moment, some of the comments from the Republican leader who I respect very much. But you want to talk about spewing hate. H.R. 1 is a piece of legislation that Democrats have put forward to show that one of their top priorities is to protect our democracy. And I know a little something about it. I fought in 2 wars for this country, in Afghanistan and Iraq, and I reject this socialist rhetoric. I'm an American. Democrats are Americans. Republicans are Americans. We need to put this hateful speech behind us and talk about how we can work together. I understand that there's some frustration being expressed from the other side about amendments and whether or not Republicans are involved in this process. Look, I'll wrap it up, ma'am, but let me just say, I have voted for a number of Republican amendments in the last couple of weeks. So I would encourage them to support this amendment. Thank you very much. I yield back my time.
Gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Golden, for your service to our country. Our country thanks you, and everyone in this institution thanks you for that service. This bill, however, is a very bad idea. Public funding of elections is a very bad idea. At the last second before we voted on H.R. 1, Democrats have decided they're afraid of the CBO score for their massively expensive bill. We haven't even debated it and want to hide it from consideration in this chamber. So they created this gimmick called the Freedom from Influence Fund, which is proposed to add an additional 2.75% penalty against law-breaking or malfeasant corporations and officials at corporations. They claimed it would generate enough funds to pay the massive cost of funding political campaigns for members of Congress. But late last night, we got that CBO report, And the score that H.R. 1 that projects the impact of this new shell game called the Freedom from Influence Fund and its proposed funding source, corporate fines. Again, voting for this bill will allow corporate money to, for the first time, be lawful to flow into the campaigns of each and every one of us in this institution. This CBO score tells a very different story from what Democrats want you to believe. According to the CBO, this new fund would result in a reduction of income and payroll taxes, meaning corporations will have less money to spend on their payrolls, which equates to less jobs. To quote the CBO report, the assessment on civil monetary penalties and settlements would reduce the base for income and payroll taxes. Consequently, the revenues from the assessments would be partially offset by lower income and payroll taxes. Put another way, H.R. 1 takes American jobs away in order to fund the campaign coffers of members of Congress. Furthermore, the CBO notes that as a result of this funding source, less money will be available for other government programs that we want to prioritize in this institution. I quote again from the CBO report, CBO and JCT expect the increased assessment of criminal and civil penalties would reduce the amount of penalties and settlements collected under current law. The CBO report confirms what Republicans have been saying all along. H.R. 1 is a shell game that will, in the end, hurt taxpayers because this proposal to publicly fund campaigns will be funded by the taxpayers. However, you're going to likely hear Democrats say instead that this fund will run at a surplus over the first few years of its existence, which is true because they designed the bill to not make any expenditures for the first 6 years of this program. But pay very close attention. What the Democrats won't tell you is that once the fund starts making its expenditures, the fund will be nearly broke in 5 years. And that's assuming that the cost of running campaigns will stay static today and not exponentially increase like it has. Again, this Democratic funding gimmick was concocted just to result in a more desirable CBO score. I don't see that as the result. The new fund will collect money for 6 years with no expenditures, resulting in the accumulation of a large balance. And then once the money starts flowing to every member of Congress in this institution, it's going to run out in 5 years. Democrats should be ashamed for making this bill H.R. 1. When Republicans took over this institution after 50 years in the minority, our H.R. 1 was the Congressional Accountability Act to make Congress work better. H.R. 1 in the last Congress put more money in the pockets of middle-class taxpayers, families back home. This H.R. 1 will do nothing but put taxpayer dollars in the campaign funds of every member of Congress, and that is not acceptable to me, and that is why we should have a no vote on H.R. 1.
Gentleman's time's expired. Question now is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Maine. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in House Report 116-16, on which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment number 54 by Mr. Brindisi of New York. Amendment number 70 by Mr. Neguse of Colorado. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote after the first vote in this series. The unfinished business is the request for recorded vote on amendment number 54, printed in House Report 116-16 by the gentleman from New York, Mr. Brindisi, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 54, printed in Part B of House Report number 116-16, offered by Mr. Brindisi of New York.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote.
The House here wrapping up the remaining legislative elements of H.R. 1, the House Democrats' package of bills addressing campaign finance, voting rights, and ethics regulations. Votes now on amendments to the bill, beginning with this amendment brought by Congressman Anthony Brindisi of New York, calling on states to have polls open and close during the same hours across the state within certain parameters. This amendment was debated yesterday. It's being voted on here today. That'll be followed by an amendment brought by Congressman Neguse addressing voting age eligibility. We also could see a last-minute procedural effort by Republicans here on the floor to make changes to the bill. Members would debate that for about 10 minutes, and then we would expect a vote to follow. So 2 amendments, 10 minutes of debate to possibly change the bill, a vote on that effort, and then a probable vote on passage of H.R. 1. This is a 15-minute vote, and while voting continues, a short time ago, House Democrats gathered on the steps of the Capitol to talk about their work on H.R. 1, the campaign finance voting rights and ethics measure that they've been working on today. Freshman members of Congress talked about what the bill means for the country.
Should we get started? Okay. All right, folks. Good morning, everybody. I'm John Sarbanes from Maryland's 3rd District. Happy to be here with you today. In a few short moments, my colleagues and I are going to walk back up these steps and into the chamber of the House of Representatives to cast our vote for H.R. 1, the For the People Act. For months, for years, really for decades, millions of Americans across the country have been looking at Washington and feeling like they've been left out and left behind. They see the influence that big money and special interests have up here in Washington, and they feel like their voice doesn't matter. They see ethics and accountability problems, and they want to feel good about government and those who serve in offices of public trust. And too many Americans have faced this challenge where getting to the ballot box every 2 years is like running an obstacle course. And they've said to us, we want our government back, we want our democracy back, we want to feel included in how America makes decisions. H.R. 1 is designed to do that, to restore ethics and accountability, to fight back against the interests of big money in our politics, and to make it easier, not harder, to register and vote in America. We're proud to have assembled H.R. 1, the For the People Act, to restore the voice of the American people and to return to a government of, by, and for the people. And with that, I want to turn it over. And now let me introduce Zoe Lofgren, the chair of the House Administration Committee, who shepherded this bill to where it is today. Thank you, Zoe.
Thank you, John. Well, I want to thank John Sarbanes for his amazing leadership on this legislation, as well as Speaker Pelosi and our fabulous freshman class. You know, we have a mandate to return power to the people. One senator said this is a power grab. Yes, it is. It's a power grab for the American people. Now, as a manager and chair of the Committee of House Administration with primary jurisdiction over this bill, I want to highlight the transparent and deliberative manner this bill has proceeded through the House. The For the People Act was introduced on January 3rd. The bill has been posted online and available for public review for 65 days. 6 House committees held bipartisan public hearings to review and debate the measures, more than 19 hours of testimony. The Committee on House Administration marked up the bill in regular order 10 days ago, and we have a CBO score from the House Administration provisions, and yesterday a CBO score for all the rest. 182 amendments were offered for H.R. 1. 72 amendments, I think some kind of record, were made in order for floor consideration, including 14 Republican and bipartisan amendments, and as of last night, 5 of those have been adopted. This bill has been brought to a vote in the most open, transparent manner this House has seen in years. Contrast this open and deliberative process to that of the House Republicans' H.R. 1 in the last Congress. Their massive tax giveaway to corporations and the nation's wealthiest 1%. Their H.R. 1 proceeded through the House without a single hearing. Their H.R. 1 was crafted behind closed doors and wasn't made available to the public until just days before the committee markup. Their H.R. 1 threw a $1.5 trillion hole in our deficit. The differences are clear. Our bill, H.R. 1, the For the People Act, will clean up corruption in Washington. It will make it easier to vote. It will give everyday Americans more power in our democracy. So I am going to run to the floor to finish managing this bill, but before I do, I'd like to introduce someone who has brought new energy and great insight from the private sector, our freshman from California, the wonderful Congresswoman Katie Hill.
Thank you so much. This is a historic moment for each and every one of us, and for my generation in particular, but especially those that follow all of us. This is when we take our democracy back. So many of us ran, and so many of us were elected because we believed that our political system is broken. When we're facing the threats of climate change, but the laws currently benefit big oil companies and the energy companies that are destroying our climate and are destroying our environment rather than benefiting those of us and making sure that we have a planet to pass on to the next generation. When our healthcare laws are benefiting insurance companies and big pharmaceutical companies, well, millions of Americans struggle to pay for their healthcare and the most basic things. And when we are facing the most critical moment in our democracy, and it is big corporations and special interests rather than each and every one of us who has a say and has power, then we are not going to be able to solve the problems that we're facing. So right now, we get to go inside and we get to vote and we get to leave a legacy for those who follow us. And this is the moment. This is the moment that we came here for. We're so excited to be here with you. And I'm excited to hand it over to my colleague from California as well, another young person, Congressman Josh Harder.
Thank you, Katie. Here's a stat that blows me away. D.C. is home to 11,000 registered lobbyists. That's 25 lobbyists per member of Congress. During one of my first nights in D.C., I got invited to a dinner with some of my freshman colleagues. I thought it was going to be a chance to talk about some of the issues that I hear from families in our community every single day. The cost of health care, education, jobs. But imagine my surprise when the only thing these lobbyists wanted to talk about was what would benefit their clients. This happens in this city every single day. Thousands of lobbyists create an ecosystem of easy access where they can push their clients' agendas in front of our elected representatives. There's an alarming divide between Washington and my district in California. It shows that it's far too easy for well-financed lobbyists to crowd out the needs of our families in favor of their clients. My community has had enough of these backroom deals, and this bill today is a step in the right direction to make sure we change that. That's what we came here for, and that's what we're excited to do in just another couple minutes. Thank you, and over to my colleague from New Jersey, Mr. Andy Kim.
Awesome. Good morning. My name is Andy Kim, and I'm the congressman for the New Jersey 3rd Congressional District. It is no exaggeration to say I simply would not be standing here as a member of Congress before you if it weren't for the passion of the American people for healing their democracy. It is the reason I chose to run. I stepped up because my neighbors lost trust in a government that they no longer felt was working for them. They sent me here to cut through these divisions and reassert that the core unit of our democracy is the citizen, not the dollar sign. To remind Congress that the voice of the American people must not be drowned out by dark money held by the few instead of the many. And most importantly, they sent me here and sent all of us here to get something done about it. In a few minutes, we will take a vote to seize that chance and make that change. And I ask that we do not take step on the House floor as Republicans and Democrats, but instead we recognize that we are but 435 individuals from all corners of our nation, of the people, entrusted by our neighbors, by the people. And we should be simultaneously humbled and inspired by this incredible opportunity to deliver on this promise to build a better nation for the people. Thank you.
Hey everybody, Dean Phillips from the frozen Minnesota 3rd. Today is a new beginning, and I am so proud to be part of the most remarkable and diverse freshman class in congressional history here in the United States. We come from every nook and cranny of the country, different backgrounds, different races, religions, perspectives, even political ideologies. But one thing every single one of us heard throughout 2 years of campaigning was that people have lost faith in the integrity of our political system. We heard people say that the size of a contribution should not equate to the size of your representation. They say that the elected officials that they vote for should be held to the very highest ethical standards in the entire world. And they said that this should be a nation that fights to make it easier to vote, not make it harder to vote. And as Congresswoman Lofgren said moments ago, Mr. McConnell has said this is a power grab. And she's right, it's a power grab for the people. It's also a power grab from special interests and a return of power to the common interest. I am so excited, the most exciting moment of my entire life, to go up these stairs in a moment and vote on this bill. And it is my honor to introduce my colleague and dear friend, Joe Neguse. He's not, oh, like I said, it is my honor and privilege to introduce the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi. Woo-hoo! That's it.
It's my honor to stand in for Joe Neguse. I thank all of our freshmen, every single one of them, for the message they delivered on the campaign trail, for the determination they have brought to the Congress of the United States. We are so excited today, as I think you can detect. In this cold day on the outside, we will go inside where the political climate will be much warmer for the American people because of the action that we will take today. We're thrilled to be here again on the steps of the Capitol, waving our flags with this outstanding freshman class in a show of great unity. When our freshmen took the oath, they made a difference, ensuring that the priorities of their communities would be the priorities of the Congress. Now today, we're honoring the people's trust as we pass our transformative H.R. 1 for the People Act. As has been said, H.R. 1 restores the people's faith that government works for the public interest, the people's interest, not the special interest. That faith, that confidence is a treasure that is fundamental to a democracy, that people believe. They believe that actions taken here will be in their interest. That is what this legislation will help to restore. It ends the dominance of big, dark, special interest money in politics, and it empowers small donors and the grassroots. Ensures clean, fair elections and fights voter suppression. It cleans up corruption, returning integrity to Washington, D.C. Let us be very clear. This is a fight that we're taking a vote on today, but it is a fight we will not end until we win it, because it is a very fight for the Constitution. It honors the vision of our founders, gives hope to the American people that their interests are served. And so when we break the grip of special interest and put the people back in the power back in the hands of the people. Let me salute our colleague John Lewis, whom we'll hear from on the floor shortly, for the fight that he made for expanding the opportunities for voting in our country. We're all in his debt. But not only the fight he made then, the sacrifices he and so many others made, but also the brilliance that he has brought to this legislation in the form of provisions to end voter suppression, which exists in our country so sadly. And let us thank John Sarbanes. He had a vision. He had a vision. He has a vision that honors, again, the vision of our founders about a democracy. He knows his subject very well and therefore had a plan, a strategic plan to take us to today. And in the course of the campaigns, the freshmen connected with the American people who told them that they wanted their voices to be heard. What great messengers our freshman class, the messengers they are. to the Congress for the people. So this is, in our view, an historic day, a pivotal day, a day that will make a difference as we go forward. And to those, as Mr. Phillips, Congressman Phillips said, yes, it is a power grab on behalf of the people. But let us look to the Senate and say, when we pass this bill, it's not just what happens on this floor. It's the message it sends to the American people. Our inside maneuvering will have succeeded today because of the outside mobilization of the American people for the people. So the Senate, as you receive this bill, you will also be receiving the aspirations, the mobilizations, the persistence, the relentlessness of the American people to have government work for them, for the people. So this is a fight we're engaged in. We are not going to end it until we win, and we can save a lot of time by the Senate just agreeing to the for the people agenda. Thank you. Let's hear it for the freshman class and all the difference they are making for the people. Has our friend Joe Neguse gotten here? Well, Joe Neguse, we'll hear from him on the floor of the House. There we go. But so many voices from the freshman class. It's pretty exciting. Let's get down, let's go to the floor, take the vote, send it to the Senate, soon to have and hopefully to have a path to the president's desk, again, for the people. Let us wave our flag. Thank you all very much.
And that gathering today ahead of the pending final passage vote on H.R. 1. The vote on passage should be happening within this hour. The measure would then head to the Senate. Members now voting on amendments to H.R. 1. This amendment would call on states to set uniform hours for the opening and closing of polls across states. As voting continues, House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy had these remarks earlier today about H.R. 1 from the House floor.
This new Democrat Socialist majority wants the federal government to interfere in our free and fair elections. This bill today, the majority's most important bill, is a massive federal government takeover that would undermine the integrity of our elections. But before I explain why, I want to highlight how the majority has gone to great steps to actually hide their prized legislation from the American people. Madam Speaker, for the American public to understand, when you become the majority, you reserve 1 through 10 of the numbering of bills. And you want to make your number one bill the most important thing you do for America to know. 2 years ago, we were in the majority, Madam Speaker, and we made the most important bill to make sure the people's money went back to them. We wanted to cut your taxes. So the most important bill that the Democrat Socialist majority has is to take more of your money and give it to the politicians who want to vote for this bill. How ironic. Now, even though H.R. 1 it has such broad spectrum of where to go, it was referred to 10 committees. Imagine that, 10 committees. But 40% of this bill has not even been marked up. Because what they do, they only went to one committee. What committee did they go to? They went to the very special committee, House Administration. Does House Administration, the members that sit on House Administration, I'm sure they're probably selected from the conference committee that you go forward to select individuals to it? No, that's not the committee we went to. House Administration is selected just by 2 people, the Speaker and the Leader. The Speaker and the Leader. And you know what? It's one of the smallest committees we have. Because if H.R. 1 is so important to the American public, I'm sure we would want everybody to see it. But no, it's just 9 people of this House. And in their jurisdiction, they didn't get to mark up the whole bill. They only had about 60% of the bill to mark up. But I want to thank our Republican colleagues on this committee. First of all, Ranking Member Rodney Davis, Mark Walker, and Barry Loudermilk. They were very thoughtful. They realized, even though the chair of the House administration, when asked during the markup, would the other committees mark up this bill? She promised. She promised that the other 9 committees would see it, that the other 9 committees could mark up that other 40% that the House administration didn't get a markup. But lo and behold, that's not true. Just as this new Democrat socialist majority said, there will be 72 hours before things come to the floor. No, yesterday we learned that could mean an hour. Those other 71 don't matter. But what the Republicans on the other side of the aisle did, they wanted to be a thoughtful approach on the issue. They provided 28 amendments to improve H.R. 1. You know how many of the Democrats on the other side that the Speaker selected, those 6 members? They didn't vote for one of them. They could not find a way that of those 28 amendments, that one of them could be accepted. I guess the Speaker selected the right people for the House administration. Now, they call this bill For the People's Act, but I want to explain why I actually think it's for the politicians. Because everyone who votes for this bill today, they're going to go home a little more excited. You know why? They just got the taxpayers to actually fund their elections. And they picked it in a manner where you don't even know, and the multiplying effect of a 6-to-1, who provided it. So let's talk about For the Politicians Act. First, H.R. 1 wants to give American taxpayer dollars to political candidates and campaigns, regardless of whether you support them. We're not talking just Republicans or Democrats running. Any view you want with any impression they want to say. We just had a bill on the floor yesterday about hate. I imagine there's going to be quite a few people who run for office that get taxpayers' money that talk a lot of hate. I don't think America wants their money spent on that. This bill will give candidates a government match of 6-to-1, not a dollar for dollar. No, 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 no. For the Politician Act multiplies it. So if a citizen gives $200, the government gives $1,200. That's why the new Democrat Socialist Party is so excited by this bill. That's why they made it their #1 priority. Hard-earned taxpayer money should go towards building roads, bridges, or giving a boost to struggling Americans, not just to political campaigns. I'm not sure about these other districts, but when I campaigned, no one came to me and said, let's make sure you take more of my taxpayer money to give to you to run. I can't remember one time anybody on any side of the aisle asked for that. Worse, this bill would allow political candidates to profit off actually running for office from the American taxpayers' dime. The bill expands the use of taxpayer funds to include the child care, the rent, the mortgage, or even professional development. We've now just created a new industry. Think of the individual that just wants to run for office, that wants to spew hate, and says the taxpayers are going to pay for it. I'm just going to keep doing that. Second, H.R. 1 legalizes the vote for convicted felons, even if that person was convicted of election fraud. Can you imagine that? We're going to vote on a bill today that provides more taxpayer money to politicians. It's going to allow felons to vote, because we don't care what states say. But even if you're convicted of election fraud, come on down. We got something special for you. And this wasn't created by one new member of this Democrat Socialist Party. It's the most important bill that they selected. It is H.R. 1. No other bill matters to them but this. Just doesn't make sense to me. Third, H.R. 1 would weaken the security of our elections and make it harder to protect against voter fraud. It automatically registers voters from the DMV. Voting is a right, just not a mandate. This legislation would also prevent officials from ever removing ineligible voters.
Vote the yeas are 237, the nays are 188. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for recorded vote on amendment number 70, printed in House Report 116-16 by the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 70, printed in Part B of House Report number 116-16, offered by Mr. Neguse of Colorado.
The recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
This amendment to H.R. 1, introduced by Congressman Joe Neguse of Colorado. His amendment would address voting age eligibility. The amendment requires states to allow 16 and 17-year-olds to pre-register to vote. The requirement would become effective in 2020. This is a 2-minute vote, and then after this, we're expecting about 10 minutes of closing general debate on H.R. 1 and a last-minute procedural effort by Republicans here on the floor to make changes to the bill. Members would debate that for about 10 minutes and then vote. A likely vote on passage of the bill, and then a call for a vote on the House Journal.
On this vote, the yeas are 239, the nays are 186. The amendment is adopted. Committee will come to order.
Eventually, it may be this.
Okay.
Order the committee.
Committee will come to order. The committee will come to order. Members and staff will take their conversations off the floor. Pursuant to the rule, it is now in order to consider a final period of general debate, which shall not exceed 10 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on House Administration. The gentlelady from California, Ms. Lofgren, and the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from California for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I recognize myself for as much time as I may consume. For 8 years, this chamber has been silent, a silence that harmed people. We've allowed measures to reduce people's access to vote, measures that caused the Fourth Circuit to find that African American voters were targeted with surgical precision, measures that excluded voters on Indian reservations and that wrongfully tried to remove 95,000 naturalized Texans from the rolls. Today, that silence ends. This bill is not for its own sake. This bill is not for its own sake. A member of the U.S. Senate said that H.R. 1 is a power grab. He's right. It grabs power away from the special interests, the elites, the 1%, and gives it to the American people. I tell you plainly what it does. Automatic voter registration to allow 50 million eligible citizens to vote, prohibits deceptive practices, increases access to polls for voters with disabilities, helps states replace outdated voting machines, and requires disclosure of dark money donors, not limiting their speech, but simply asking them to stand by it. These reforms aren't difficult, but they will require courage to make. Mr. Frederick Douglass saw what our democracy was and what our democracy could be and said, where all is plain, there is nothing to be argued. For that reason, I do not argue. But I look forward to joining in doing the will of the people and supporting this bill. And I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The chair will remind all persons in the gallery that they are here as guests of the House and that any manifestation of approval or disapproval of proceedings is in violation of the rules of the House. The gentleman from Illinois.
Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, before I get started, could I ask for a point of personal privilege to have the members of this institution in the gallery recognize you as the first Native American woman to ever chair the House proceedings?
The chair thanks the gentleman from Illinois. The committee will be in order. The gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. As my home state president, Ronald Reagan, once said, the most terrifying words in the English language are, "I'm from the government and I'm here to help." I am for the American voter. I support every eligible voter having easier ways to register to vote and easier access to the polls. What I'm not for is Washington, D.C. taking over our elections. I've said it before, I agree with my colleagues across the aisle that there is a role for the federal government to play in election infrastructure, campaign finance disclosure, ballot access, transparency, and most importantly, election security. However, H.R. 1 misuses taxpayer dollars, takes power away from the states to administer their own elections, and threatens to limit Americans' constitutional rights. And I cannot support this legislation. This bill, a 700-page mammoth bill, takes power away from states, given to them by the U.S. Constitution, to designate the time, place, and the manner of their elections. I know the author of this legislation said yesterday that H.R. 1 is simply implementing the best practices of states, but that's federalizing our election system, no matter how nicely you phrase it. Congress should partner with the states who understand the unique needs of their own residents and provide support to increase voter registration and improve election security. Instead of federally mandating what this bill does, which is a one-size-fits-all approach, there's a limited role for the federal government to play in elections when patterns of discrimination have occurred, and when we will continue to address those patterns, we can do it in a bipartisan way through the Voting Rights Act. I cannot stress enough that Congress should absolutely be in favor of increasing access to the polls, but we cannot do that without adding the necessary checks and balances to ensure that these accesses are protected. We should allow states to maintain their own voter rolls to help them process voters in a timely manner, avoid unfunded mandates, and manage voter lists to avoid registration and voting irregularities. A few voting irregularities can change the outcome of a single election.
The committee will be in order.
A few voting irregularities can change the outcome of a single election. Just look at what happened recently in North Carolina. A political operative working for a Republican candidate illegally harvested ballots, which led to the North Carolina State Board of Elections calling for a new special election. Ballot harvesting is the practice when a political operative or volunteer can come to your home, pick up your ballot, and deliver it to the polling precinct. This process, while illegal in most states like North Carolina, is a perfectly legal practice in places like California. Republicans, both at the House Administration Committee markup and at Rules Committee, offered amendments to prohibit ballot harvesting, and both attempts were rejected by Democrats. We can no longer be naive to think that this is a practice that will simply help your elderly neighbor who can no longer get to the polls. Just ask my former colleagues from California. Ballot harvesting is an unguarded instrument that's occurring on a large scale as a practice used by political operatives to manipulate the outcome of elections. If we want to improve election security, we must eliminate ballot harvesting and its risks to taking away the choice of the American people. Every American deserves their vote to be counted and protected. H.R. 1 limits free speech, imposes vague standards that disadvantage American citizens who want to advocate on behalf of what they believe in. Organizations like the National Right to Life, the Chamber of Commerce, and even the ACLU have spoken out against this bill for that very reason. Every American should be able to speak on an issue that they're passionate about. We also recently received the revised CBO score of H.R. 1, which egregiously underestimated H.R. 1's cost to the taxpayers, because the Congressional Budget Office said they needed more time to develop a comprehensive score. Instead of giving them more time, we're preparing right now to vote on this 700-page bill. My colleagues across the aisle are all about transparency, at least that's what I keep hearing, but I've yet to see it in action, especially when it comes to funding their own campaigns. H.R. 1 is creating public subsidies through the new government match program. For every $200, $1,200 will be going to a politician's campaign. The majority has changed this provision so many times throughout the last couple of weeks. This money will come from the U.S. Treasury through corporate fines and go into this nebulous Freedom from Influence fund. But the bottom line is, it's going into members of Congress's own campaigns. Why are we allocating money to go to politicians when there are so many other causes like transportation, infrastructure, cancer research, that our tax dollars, your tax dollars, and the American tax dollars should be funding? The Democrats claim they want to take money out of politics.
The gentleman will suspend. The committee will be in order. The gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Democratic majority claims they want to take money out of politics, but have created a scheme that will, for the first time ever, be legal for members of Congress to take corporate money into their own campaigns.
Fired.
This is exactly why we need to vote no on H.R. 1. It is a travesty.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from California.
I would be honored to yield 1 minute to the leader of H.R. 1, the author of the bill, the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Sarbanes. 1 minute.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleagues, somewhere in America, there's a family in their living room looking at the television, hearing another report about how billionaires and super PACs and insiders and lobbyists are running Washington and calling the shots on what happens in their lives. And they're asking themselves, do we matter anymore? Do we count? Will our voice be heard? H.R. 1 says to that family and millions of families across the country who feel the same way, we get it. We hear you. We want to change this place and give you your voice back by restoring ethics and integrity, by pushing back on the influence of big money in our politics, and by making sure that when you go to vote, you don't have to run an obstacle course to the ballot box in America. That's what we stand for. Our colleague John Lewis reminds us all the time that we have to keep our eyes on the prize. Well, on this day, at this moment, in this House, the prize is H.R. 1. Let's pass H.R. 1. I yield back my time.
The gentlewoman from California.
Madam Chairwoman, may I ask how much time remains?
The gentlewoman has 2½ minutes.
I would like to yield the remainder of my time to the hero of the voting rights and civil rights movement, the Honorable John Lewis of Georgia.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 1, and I urge each and every one of our colleagues to support this bill. Madam Speaker, you have heard me say on occasion that the right to vote is precious, almost sacred. In a democratic society, it is the most powerful, nonviolent instrument or tool that we have. In my heart or hearts, I believe we have a moral responsibility to restore access for all of our citizens who desire to participate in the democratic process. Many people marched, protested for the right to vote. Some gave a little blood, others gave their very lives. This weekend, many of our colleagues traveled with us to Alabama, to Birmingham, to Montgomery, and to Selma. They saw the signs in the museums that said white only, color only. They visited the First Baptist Church in downtown Montgomery, where we feared for our lives as the mob waited outside to attack and kill us. They stood on the Edmund Pettus Bridge, crossing the Alabama River, where we were beaten, trampled, tear gassed while attempting to march from Selma to Montgomery to dramatize the need for voting rights. Madam Speaker, you have heard me tell the story before, and you know our work is not finished. It makes me sad. It makes me feel like crying when people are denied the right to vote. We all know that this is not a Democratic or Republican issue. It is an American one. For the past few days, I listened to the debate on this bill. I spent some time having what I call an executive session with myself. The words of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. came to mind. He would often say that the arc of the moral universe is so long but a bend toward justice. The vote is an opportunity to be on the right side of history. It is a chance to cast a vote by the people, of the people, and for the people. So I ask you, if not us, then who? If not now, then when? The time has arrived to tear down the barrier to the ballot box. Today, we are able to do our part in this long fight for the very soul of our nation. Let's save our nation and
gentleman's time has
redeem
expired.
the soul of America. Thank you very much.
Do it now. All time for general debate has expired. Under the rule, the committee rises.
Madam Chair.
Madam Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union has had under consideration H.R. 1 and pursuant to the House Resolution 172, I report the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration the bill H.R. 1 and, pursuant to House Resolution 172, reports the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered. Is a separate vote demanded on any amendment reported from the Committee of the Whole? If not, the Chair will put them on gross. The question is on the adoption of the amendments. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendments are agreed to. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to expand America's access to the ballot box, reduce the influence of big money in politics, and strengthen ethics rules for public servants and for other purposes.
House will come to order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
Is the gentleman opposed to the bill?
I am in its current form.
The gentleman qualifies. The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Crenshaw of Texas moves to recommit the bill H.R. 1 to the Committee on the Judiciary with instructions to report the same back to the House forthwith with the following amendment. Add at the end of the bill the following.
Clerk will suspend.
I ask unanimous consent that the reading be
dispensed with. Is there objection to dispensing with the reading? Objection is heard. Clerk will read.
Add at the end of the bill the following and conform the table of contents accordingly. Division D, Upholding Suffrage in America. Title 11, Upholding Suffrage in America. Section 11001, short title. This division may be cited as the Upholding Suffrage in America Act or the USA Act. Section 11002, Findings. Congress finds as follows. 1. Voting is fundamental to a functioning democracy. 2. The Constitution prohibits discrimination in voting based on race, sex, poll taxes, and age. 3. It is of paramount importance that the United States maintain the legitimacy of its elections and protects them from interference, including interference from foreign threats and illegal voting. 4. The City of San Francisco, California, is allowing non-citizens, including illegal immigrants, to register to vote in school board elections. 5. Federal law prohibits non-citizens from voting in elections for federal office. Section 11003, Sense of Congress. It is the sense of Congress that allowing illegal immigrants the right to vote devalues the franchise and diminishes the voting power of the United States citizens.
The gentleman's correct. House will come to order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is the final amendment to the bill. It will not kill the bill. If adopted, the bill will immediately proceed to final passage as amended. Much has been made of election security as of late, much of it for good reason. In the end, these concerns, the concerns that many Americans rightfully share, are built around the fundamental notion that our vote should count. Our vote should mean something, and we should know that when we cast it, it is sacred and unchanging. Our vote is a signal of what direction we want our country to move toward. And that vote is an element of trust that we place in the men or women elected to take it in that direction. We vote because this country is governed by the people, by the citizens of this country. And we in this body humbly serve at their pleasure. The quickest way to erode a democracy, erode faith in our institutions, is to erode that trust, erode the notion that your vote truly counts. The truth is, this is already happening. In places like San Francisco, Democrats have fought hard to ensure that U.S. citizens must share their civic duty, their vote, with illegal immigrants. The city of San Francisco has effectively canceled out the votes of its citizens and replaced it with illegals. When I say it out loud, it sounds like I'm making it up. Because what kind of government would cancel out the votes of its own citizens and replace them with non-citizens, but not just any non-citizens, ones who entered our country illegally? It is with this in mind, this sacred duty to protect our citizens, protect their vote, protect their voice, that I propose this motion to recommit. This motion to recommit would show the American people that despite the deep and growing differences between us, we can at least agree that the people who vote for us are citizens of this country. Madam Speaker, the House is not in order.
House will come to order.
This is a simple affirmation. It's an affirmation of the fact that the elected representatives of this body answer to the citizens of this country who voted for us. And we will not stand by and let their voices be muted. We will not let their trust be eroded. We will not let our democracy be questioned. Last year, Congress voted on this very idea. 49 Democrats crossed the aisle to vote with us. It should not be a partisan idea that the people who do not legally live in our country cannot legally vote in our elections. If you are not legally here, if you entered our country against the laws and wishes of our citizens, then you should not vote for representation in our government, diluting the voices of Americans. I'm proposing this MTR not because it feels good, not because we want to attack anyone, but because it's clear to all of us that voter integrity actually needs to be defended. It has become clear because San Francisco is not the only municipality that has fallen into this radicalism. Other cities have done or attempted to do the same. The men and women in this body are here because we were duly elected as such. Madam Speaker, the House is not in order.
House will come to order. Gentlemen may proceed.
Our citizens expect much of us. They expect us to protect their most fundamental rights, the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And they expect us to respect their voice. And often the only way they have to express that voice is through their vote. If we no longer to agree to protect that voice, as we did last Congress, if we don't, in this moment, agree that their voice should not be canceled out but protected, then I worry a great deal about our democracy. I worry that radicalism has made its way into this sacred body, as it already has in so many other places across our great country. I urge my colleagues to vote for this motion to recommit. Vote to protect the voices of your constituents. Vote to preserve the notion that our nation's government is elected by and only by the citizens of this country. Anything less is a disservice to the very people who put us here. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman yields back. House will come to order. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California rise?
To claim the time in opposition.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
H.R. 1 already prevents non-citizens from voting in federal elections, whether they are here lawfully or undocumented. In fact, the motion to recommit notices that. They say federal law prohibits non-citizens from voting in federal elections. H.R. 1 utilizes the authority in Article 1, Section 4 to extend in federal elections the opportunity for every American to vote. This motion to recommit is an effort to divert us from the mission that we are on to expand voting rights to every American citizen in federal elections. I urge its defeat, and I now yield to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Rose.
What period of time? Gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in opposition to this motion. I rise today as a new member who ran for office on cleaning up our system. And admittedly, I rise today as someone who has voted for Republican MTRs in the past. In fact, I was eager to hear how my colleagues and friends across the aisle would propose a solution today for how they're going to finally drain the swamp. I was eager to hear for how they would protect and enshrine the rights and freedoms and liberties that we all are endowed in the Constitution. But what they have given us today does nothing to drain the swamp. Nothing to uphold our freedoms. Only in Washington would we see a group of people actively trying to sabotage anti-corruption measures. This is a political stunt meant to divide us, meant to sow hatred, and it's a game. Nothing less. Nothing less. This right here is why the American people hate politics, and honestly, if this is your strategy to win future elections, we wish you Godspeed, because it will never work. It will never work. Because the question before us today, and the thing that this joke of an MTR that is seeking to distract us from, is whose side are you on? Let's show the American people that this is the people's house, not the house of corporate interests and lobbyists and dark money. And with that, again, I stand in opposition to this motion, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from California.
Madam Speaker, may I ask how much time remains?
The House will come to order.
Mr. Rose yielded back to me. Mr. Rose yielded back to me, and I am
The gentlelady will suspend. The House will come to order. Gentlelady has 2.5 minutes remaining.
At this point, Madam Speaker,
I'm sorry.
I will
Will
yield.
the gentlelady state her parliamentary inquiry?
Pardon me?
Gentlelady's recognized.
I will yield the balance of my time to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Lewis, the hero of the voting rights movement.
Gentleman's recognized for 2.5 minutes. The House will come to order. Gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, I believe in the way of peace, in the way of love. I believe in the philosophy and the discipline of nonviolence. Can we come together and support a simple piece of legislation to open up the political process and let all of our people come in? I ask you to remember what I said a few moments ago. With this vote, you have an opportunity to be a headlight and not a tail light. Some of our colleagues are complaining that we didn't have enough time. We have the time. This piece of legislation was introduced more than 7 years ago, and the other party didn't do anything. We're prepared to act. We are prepared to open up the political process and let all of the people come in. It is the right thing to do. It is a good thing to do to set our country on a path that can be a model for the rest of the world. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Without objection, previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion to recommit. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The noes have it. Gentleman from Illinois.
I'd like to request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 5-minute vote on the motion to recommit will be followed by 5-minute votes on passage of the bill if ordered and agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal if ordered. This will be a 5-minute vote.
So the House is now voting on a Republican effort to make changes to H.R. 1 before passage. This is a motion to recommit. It's a procedural motion, and it adds the bill to the bill language, a sense of Congress that allowing illegal immigrants the right to vote devalues the franchise and diminishes the voting power of United States citizens. After this, we will likely see a vote on passage, possibly a vote on the House Journal. This is a 5-minute vote.
197. The nays are 228. The motion is not adopted. The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed. And gentleman from Illinois.
I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote.
So votes now on passage of H.R. 1, and Yahoo News has this story looking at the bill's prospects in the Senate. The Republican Senate Majority Leader has devoted much of his time lately to fashioning talking points to attack the Democrats' top piece of legislation in the House. The wide-ranging bill dealing with reforms to campaign finance, ethics, and voting rights. Senator McConnell gave 7 floor speeches in the Senate in the weeks leading up to the vote in the House on Thursday, and before House Democrats even brought their first major bill of the new Congress to the House floor for a final vote on Friday. Senator McConnell strode to the Senate floor once again to denounce it, even though he has promised he won't ever allow it for even a vote in the upper chamber. Anyone who's been observing the floor of the Senate would have noticed how vociferously our Republican leader opposes H.R. 1. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer said from the Senate floor yesterday morning, referring to the For the People Act. Why all this energy for a bill that won't be going anywhere in this Congress? Well, it appears that McConnell's passion for the House bill is due to the fact that the Democrats' bill campaign finance sections deal with a number of issues that have long animated him. The debate over dark money, government oversight and control of election ads and spending, and public financing of campaigns. You can see the rest of that story in Yahoo News. Also the Bureau of Labor Statistics is reporting the unemployment rate for February is 3.8%. And from the Associated Press, hiring tumbled in February, with U.S. employers adding just 20,000 jobs. That's the smallest monthly gain in nearly a year and a half. The slowdown in hiring, though, might have been depressed by harsh winter weather and the partial shutdown of the government.
On this vote, the yeas are 234, the nays are 193. The bill is passed. That objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair will remind all persons in the gallery that they're here as guests of the House and that any manifestation of approval or disapproval of proceedings is in violation of the rules of the House. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the Journal, which the chair will put de novo. The question is on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the Journal. All in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the Journal stands approved. House will come to order. Does the woman from West Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 962, the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
Under guidelines consistently issued by successive speakers, as recorded in Section 956 of the House Rules and Manual, the chair is constrained not to entertain this request unless it has been cleared by the bipartisan floor and committee leaderships. For what purpose does the gentlelady from West Virginia seek recognition?
If this unanimous consent request cannot be entertained, I urge the Speaker and the Majority Leader to immediately
schedule. The gentlelady's not recognized for that purpose. Gentlelady's out of order.
Sitting tight. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order for the purpose of inquiring the Majority Leader about the schedule for next week.
Without objection.
I yield to the gentleman from Maryland, the House Majority Leader.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. And as I've expressed, I want to take just a moment to yield to my friend, the gentleman from Louisiana.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank both the Majority Leader and the Minority Whip for yielding time. Today is a great day, but it's also a sad day for me. I am losing my Chief of Staff, the only one that I've had since I've been here, Virgil Miller, who, the funny story is, John Dingell made the reference for me to hire him, and the one thing I appreciate now is that when I called John Dingell for a recommendation, he was on the House floor but told his staff, no matter where I am, pull me off so I can talk about how great Virgil Miller is. So some of you all may have seen the news, but Virgil proposed. More importantly, Kirby said yes, so he is getting married. He's starting another chapter of his life, but it was great to have him here in this body, and I hope him the best. He's not only my chief, but he's come to be part of our family and like a younger brother to me. So I just want to wish him the best as he goes off to start a more exciting part of his life, and wish him the best. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I will yield back to the majority leader and thank him for allowing me to say a few words.
I thank the gentleman. And I know that I speak on behalf of all of the members of the House to wish him Godspeed and great success in the future and great happiness. I yield.
Claim my time. Thank you. Majority Leader.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I do also want to.
Oh, excuse me.
I do also want to thank Virgil for his time and his service to the House for so long, to work so closely with my friend Cedric Richmond, but also with the entire Louisiana delegation. We've had a long history of working incredibly well together on issues that are important to our state and the country. And Virgil's been right there from the beginning of Cedric's career, and a great part of the Louisiana delegation, but also a great part of what makes this House work. And while we will miss you, I wish you well on your new life ahead. A lot of exciting times. Continue to look forward to seeing you in New Orleans at our great restaurants. And with that, I yield back to the gentleman from Maryland.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, on Monday, the House will meet at 12 p.m. for morning hour debate and 2 p.m. for legislative business, with votes postponed until 6:30 p.m. On Tuesday and Wednesday, the House will meet at 10 a.m. for morning hour debate and 12 p.m. for legislative business. On Thursday, the House will meet at 9 a.m. For legislative business, with last votes no later than 3 p.m. We will consider several bills under suspension of the rules. The complete list of suspensions bills will be announced by the close of business today. The House will also consider H-Con Res 24, expressing the sense of Congress that the report of Special Counsel Mueller should be made available to the public and to Congress. And with that, I yield back to the Minority Whip.
Thank the gentleman for walking through the schedule, and I'd like to ask the gentleman from Maryland about the process that we've had so far this Congress in terms of amendments that have been submitted on the House floor on legislation, and the way that it's been incredibly closed, especially in a partisan way, to Republican amendments. If you look just at the bill we debated a few minutes ago, H.R. 1, only 11% of Republican amendments were made in order. More than 60% of Democrat amendments were made in order. And if you look at the entire Congress, so far this year, there were only 16% of Republican amendments made in order, while 73% of Democrat amendments were made in order, which does reflect poorly on the promise that this would be a more open process. I'd ask the gentleman from Maryland, can you address, at least in the future, to make this a more fair and open process so that you're not closing out opportunities over and over again for Republican amendments to be made in order? And I yield.
I thank the gentleman for his question. I want to put it in context. For the first time in history, we started this Congress with the government shut down. For the first time in history. The business was not completed. The government was not fully funded. And it was necessary for us, as we began this session, to have numerous votes to open up the government. We didn't get a lot of help from your side of the aisle on doing that. And it was not about a debate. We had considered 6 bills that essentially had been agreed to. There was clearly a disagreement on the Homeland Security. But let me remind you, On H.R. 1, the largest bill that we considered during the last Congress, you brought that to the floor. You had no committee hearings, not a single committee hearing. You had no witnesses. No member of the public was able to testify. It was a closed rule, and 0 amendments were made in order. Now, let me make a comparison for you on H.R. 1, the bill we just passed. This bill had 5 hearings across several committees, 19 witnesses testified, the primary committee of jurisdiction held markup, and 72 amendments were made in order. Now, H.R. 1, last Congress, 0 Democratic amendments made in order. Now, of course, there were no Republican amendments made in order either, because it was a closed rule, no amendments at all. No hearings, no committee hearings, no witnesses. So that we have, as we said we would, had a process, opportunity for the public to testify, opportunity for amendments to be made in order. I forget exactly how many amendments you said Republican amendments were, but that is, whatever that number was 10 or 15 or 25 or 35 more than we had in order. As the gentleman knows, the last Congress was the most closed Congress in history. In history. We did not see a single open rule, not one, under Speaker Ryan. Not one. I'm committed to ensuring, however, that we have a limited amount of closed rules. Again, the gentleman is correct. The government was shut down, and we had rules that we put forward to get the government open. There was not an amendment to say partially open. It was to get it open. So that my answer to the gentleman is, we said what we were going to do on bills. We had 72 amendments on this bill. The proportion of amendments the gentleman's concerned about, we certainly want to make sure that we have substantive amendments considered from both sides of the aisle. That was done here. The gentleman thinks not enough, but as I said, it was, as opposed to 0, a substantial increase. And I yield back to my friend.
Well, I thank the gentleman for yielding back, and I'd like to point out of those 72 amendments that you identified that were made in order, only 9 were Republican amendments. And so when we talk about a fair and open process, the government shutdown has nothing to do with the fact that y'all committed to having a more open process, and it's not. In fact, it's the reverse of what we saw last Congress. If you look at the entire last Congress, the entire 2-year period, there were more Democrat amendments made in order under a Republican Congress than there were Republican amendments made in order. In fact, if you look at the numbers for the entire 2-year period, 38% of Republican amendments were made in order, 45% of Democrat amendments were made in order. And the overall raw number, 752 Democrats amendments made in order, 752. There were only 640 Republican amendments made in order. So more Democrat amendments were made in order under our majority than Republican amendments. In this Congress so far, it's been a harshly partisan process through the Rules Committee. Again, the entire year, only 16% of Republican amendments made in order, 73% of Democrat amendments made in order. And just looking at H.R. 1 again, we had on our side a colleague of ours, Representative Fitzpatrick. He actually led the FBI's agency on campaign finance and election crimes enforcement. He actually put people in jail who committed voter fraud. And this is a voter bill, a bill on voting rights. And you have a member of Congress who actually worked with the FBI to put people in jail for voter fraud. He submitted 7 different amendments to clean up some of the corruption that was in your bill that you just passed. Not one of his amendments was made in order. This is an FBI agent who actually put people in jail for voter fraud. Not a partisan issue, and yet not one of his amendments was made in order. So you want to talk about a closed process. Let's also talk about the policy that's being closed out. And if you want to shut out efforts to clean up voter fraud, That's your prerogative, but ultimately it's not what you promised when you took the majority. And if you compare it to the last Congress, again, the entire 2-year period, more Democrat amendments were made in order than Republican amendments were made in order under our Republican majority. I hope in the future this process gets less partisan and more fair, as it was promised to be. On that note, I'd like to ask the Majority Leader about word that's swirling around regarding changes to the motion to recommit. Now, when you look at the history of Congress, this motion to recommit is more than 100 years old. It had been a custom. It had been a custom where the majority party brings a bill to the floor under a rule, and regardless of all the amendments that are allowed, at the very end of that process, the minority party gets an opportunity to make a final amendment to the bill. That's the motion to recommit. It wasn't in the rules for a long time. And then towards the end of the Democrat majority, right before the 1994 revolution, there were efforts to take that away from the minority. So when the Republicans took over in 1994, the Newt Gingrich majority, they actually put in the rules the motion to recommit. Again, it was a custom going back 100 years. They formalized it. As the majority, they gave the minority that right in the rules. And it's always been there. It's cleaned up a little bit over the years, but it's a tool that's been always allowed to the minority. We are hearing, and it's rumors maybe, I'd like to ask the Majority Leader to clarify, are there any efforts or attempts being made to change and diminish the motion to recommit? And I yield.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Of course, we both know, certainly since the time I've been here, that motions to recommit on both sides of the aisle have been gotcha amendments. They've been amendments to use for political ads. You talk about partisanship. Both sides did that, understand. So is there consternation about them? There is. Did you have an MTR today? You did. It was a difficult MTR. Of course, it dealt with a problem that does not exist at the federal level. And it said so in the resolution that there was not a problem that they were solving, just a sort of a sense that local communities ought to be directed what to do. Having said that, let me go back to the gentleman's question. Again, you said you had 9 amendments. We had 0. So you could say it was 900%, 9,000%, but whatever you want to say on H.R. 1 in your Congress and H.R. 1 in our Congress. And all those figures, I think, are probably lost on the public, but what's not lost on the public or the press that's covered it extensively, last Congress was the most closed Congress in history, just as the government being shut down at the beginning of this Congress was the first time that happened in history because you didn't get your job done. But I will tell the leader, I understand the rights of the minority. We want to honor the rights of the minority. And yes, there's a lot of discussion. But as you know, nothing has been done. And I'm sure those discussions will continue. But I understand the gentleman's point. We use the motion to recommit. You've used the motion to recommit. There is no proposed change currently under consideration.
Well, I thank the gentleman for clarifying that, and I hope that tradition continues on, that this motion to recommit stays in order, because there are some members that, if the motion to recommit passes, would vote for final passage. And so that is one of the tools that's used. And if you cite, as you did, the motion to recommit that we had on H.R. 1 just a little while ago, it actually was identifying a serious problem, and it mentioned in that motion to recommit what happens in some communities where they are allowing and want illegals to vote, people that are here illegally, to vote in elections, whether it's school board elections or any other. And then you have a process where if somebody has an ID, they're automatically sent to the voter registration files. And it creates a process where corruption can occur, where people who are here illegally can get on voting rolls. And maybe you catch it at the local level, and maybe you don't, but it creates that opportunity. And so we had a motion to prevent that from happening. And unfortunately, that motion to recommit failed. But again, that is a tool that's been available for any minority to use. And in fact, when you bring up H.R. 1 from last Congress, our bill to cut taxes for working families so that we can rebuild our middle class, which we're finally doing now because we cut taxes for everybody. People are seeing more money in their pockets, higher wages because of that bill. Heavily debated in committee, lots of amendments in committee on both sides. When it came to the floor, yes, there were no amendments on your side or on our side, but you did have a motion to recommit. So you had an amendment opportunity that we didn't have on that bill. But at the end of the day, obviously all members on your side voted no, but you can see how the economy has taken off and how families actually have more money in their pockets and wages are up for working families because we cut those taxes. So I would point that out, and as we move forward, hopefully those rules don't change in a way that would try to diminish even further the opportunities that both sides have to bring amendments to the floor. Finally, I would like to ask about the resolution that we had on the floor yesterday, the resolution to condemn all forms of bigotry, hatred. Unfortunately, many of our members felt it fell short of the objective that was stated by the majority at the beginning of the week, that there would be a resolution brought forward to actually condemn comments that were made that were anti-Semitic by one of our members. And I'd like to ask the gentleman, is there going to be any action taken, especially as it relates to the Foreign Affairs Committee, to remove the member that we're talking about? And I yield.
I tell the gentleman, I've heard that question raised before. You removed Mr. King from the committees after 10 years of comments, speeches, and support for groups that did not comport with what we said yesterday in terms of rejecting bigotry and prejudice and hate. 10 years. We have now twice taken action to make clear that hate and prejudice and bigotry are not the policies of this Congress, of this country, and should not be the policy of any of our members rhetorically. Debating policy, having differences of opinion are clear. I don't know whether the gentleman heard my speech on the floor, but I could not, I think, have articulated more forcefully that anti-Semitism is unacceptable, that anti-Semitism has led to grievous results, unacceptable results. The Holocaust, of course, being the most horrific. I made that very clear. The resolution made that very clear. And yes, it did include other forms and other objects of hate and prejudice and bigotry. I was disappointed that 23 of your members voted against it. Every one of my members, without exception, voted for that resolution. That resolution, I thought, that got over 400 of us, spoke very strongly to our opposition to anti-Semitism, to racism, to sexism, to Islamophobia. And I haven't seen any resolutions on the floor, the House, when you were in charge, that responded to the President of the United States stoking Islamophobia. I saw no resolution. I saw no resolution on the floor when the President of the United States made a comment that, well, there are bad people on both sides in Charlottesville. Those holding swastikas, those who were saying, we're not going to allow the Jews to take over, those who had racist epithets, and who, in fact, of course, killed one of the participants. I saw no resolution. We ultimately did get to a resolution. But I was saying to my friend, frankly, those of us on our side of the aisle think that the president too often uses words and actions that undermine the sentiment of the resolution that I voted for, that you voted for, and the overwhelming majority of the House voted for, saying that is not and should not be the policy of the United States. I won't go into more specifics, but the gentleman, I'm sure, knows that I could. What is positive is that yesterday, some 400 plus of us voted to say to America and to each of our citizens and those who view America as a beacon of liberty and justice that we reject out of hand any comments, any actions that would be recognized by most people as stoking bigotry and prejudice and hate. So, yes, the resolution as introduced was not the final product. Excuse me, that language you're talking about was never introduced, was not the final product. The final product came about through a lot of discussions and addressing the hate and bigotry and prejudice that is directed at too many people who are somehow viewed as different. And the remarks to which the gentleman referred were pointed out very clearly as being remarks which had been used through the millennia as ways to diminish the integrity of Jewish citizens and to imply that somehow their support for Israel was an indication of their lack of loyalty to their country. You and I both know that was used for centuries, millennia, to marginalize Jewish citizens and to make them feel unwelcome and rejected. And so I think the resolution was a good thing for us to do. It passed overwhelmingly. I'm sorry that 23 of your members decided not to vote for it. Let me go back to the MTRs. We had a very strong statement that your side offered on anti-Semitism. And you all voted for it. We all voted for it. Not a single Democrat voted against it. And when it came for final passage, I don't recall how many Republicans, but it was the overwhelming majority of your caucus voted against it. So offering the amendment, having the amendment adopted, which we accepted because we thought that it was important to make that powerful statement against anti-Semitism, and we adopted it. Unfortunately, when it came to the real vote, not the political gotcha vote, but when it came to the real vote, your side all voted against it. Or, if not all, pretty close. I yield back.
And as we disagree with the underlying bills, we all agree that anti-Semitism is wrong. We've been very vocal at rejecting anti-Semitism and any form of bigotry. The issue with the resolution that was brought forward, first of all, as the gentleman over months has promised a 72-hour rule where there would be 72 hours to review legislation. As you acknowledged, that resolution continued to change over and over again, and by the time it was filed, before members had an opportunity to vote, there wasn't a 72-hour rule. In fact, there wasn't even a 72-minute rule. There was less than an hour to review the legislation. As members went through it, it included some things that we all agree should be rejected, but many members, and I would refer the gentleman from Maryland to the statements made by my colleague from New York, Mr. Zeldin, who eloquently stated why that resolution fell short at its original objection, to equivocate anti-Semitism, to refuse to acknowledge that as members spew anti-Semitism, if we can say that anti-Semitism is unacceptable, and I agree, if we say that we should reject those policies, the dual citizenship question, which is anti-Semitic, the money influence, which was offensive and anti-Semitic, we keep coming back to this because these statements continue to be made. But if that is unacceptable, if you agree that anti-Semitism is unacceptable and bad policy, then why do you continue to leave a member who is anti-Semitic on the committee that deals with the policy of the foreign policy of this nation? It's a high-profile committee. Foreign Affairs is a plum spot. Many members on both sides want to get on that committee because it's so important at stating our foreign policy to the world, at standing with our allies. When you go to other countries and meet with officials, if you say you're on the Foreign Policy Committee, the Foreign Affairs Committee, it is a higher level of respect and acknowledgement that implies that your views represent the views of the United States Congress. And that's the concern where the resolution fell short. And so many of our members said, how many times are we going to have to keep voting on resolutions that talk generally but don't act specifically to address the problem? And if you want to talk about the President Trump has been very clear and vocal, speaking out against anti-Semitism. You saw him just a few weeks ago from this podium in his State of the Union address, so eloquently bringing members to the gallery, people to the gallery, the three men who stormed Normandy Beach on D-Day to liberate France and to defeat Nazis. The gentleman from Pittsburgh, the Holocaust survivor, over 90 years old, who survived the Pittsburgh shooting, also was at Dachau. And then for the President to so eloquently refer to one of our heroes who stormed Normandy Beach and then a year later helped liberate Dachau. What a special moment for this House to see how hatred and bigotry is evil, but how the might and power of the United States stands up against it. We should all speak out against it, but we should also take the actions that if somebody is continuing to exhibit those kind of beliefs in this Congress, they shouldn't be making policy on the committee that has jurisdiction. That's been the concern. I hope we don't have to come back to it. I hope we don't have to keep coming back to address this problem. It shouldn't be a growing problem. We should all stand up against it when we see it, and hopefully we don't see it anymore because we're so clear, not just in our words, but clear in our actions. So as we continue to hopefully find common ground, and there is common ground to be found, this wasn't a good week for the United States Congress to see the kind of divisions, to see it take days to come up with a simple resolution that should have taken minutes to stand up clearly against anti-Semitic actions. So hopefully next week we can return to making policy where we're able to come together in a bipartisan way to address concerns and problems of this nation. And I know I look forward to working with the gentleman if we find that common ground, and we will. We ultimately will. And with that, I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield?
I yield to the gentleman from Maryland.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, let me say I reject out of hand the premise that we didn't speak directly to anti-Semitism in the resolution that was adopted yesterday, period. It spoke strongly to that. Not only did it speak strongly, but if the gentleman heard my remarks, they were very strong with respect to an absolute rejection of anti-Semitism. Now, apparently the problem is we also spoke against racism. We also spoke against xenophobia. I mentioned the President on xenophobia. The denigration of the dignity of immigrants who have been so important to this country at the highest levels of our government. The allegations of widespread criminal activity in a broad brush. That resolution yesterday spoke to that. It spoke about Islamophobia. It spoke about hatred of immigrants, of LGBT members of our society. It spoke against discrimination, and hate. And yes, it spoke directly about anti-Semitism, as it should have, as I was absolutely committed, and the members of this House were absolutely committed with Save 23. I don't know why the 23 voted against it, but they did, not on our side of the aisle. And I agree with the gentleman. Hopefully we can continue to not use this as a political football, as I think it's being used. And I'm not going to cite some of the remarks of the minority leader with respect to Mr. Soros or Mr. Steyer or others. Mr. Jordan, Mr. King. There was a difference, Mr. Speaker. We didn't wait 10 years. Initially, we acted, the entire Democratic leadership, with a very pointed and direct letter that anti-Semitism was not acceptable. Period. No confusion. And within days, we put a suspension bill, which, by the way, the rules are waived on suspension bills. As the gentleman knows, you don't necessarily have to give 72 hours. But there were 72 hours that was being discussed, and people knew it was being discussed, and the leader and the whip has referred to that. But I hope that nobody would diminish what we said yesterday about anti-Semitism or racism or any kind of other ism. Let us not diminish what we did yesterday. I think this was a good week, Mr. Speaker, for the House of Representatives. We spoke about making sure that voting rights were protected for every American, and not only that, protected, but facilitated, made easier to register and to vote, so that all Americans could express their opinion on the policies of their country and their state and their municipality or whatever office they were voting for. It was a good day to say that we're going to have redistricting, which is not run by the politicians, and I've been one of them that has done it, so everybody understands that. But that every state, not just a few, would have to have a redistricting process that was fair and balanced, and not just the politicians drawing their own districts. It was a good day, Mr. Speaker. It was a good week. Because we also spoke about making sure that we have campaign finance that discloses to everybody who the contributors are. It's ironic, Mr. Speaker, that I was here when we considered McCain-Feingold, and the Republican leadership in the House and the Senate both said, you don't need caps. You don't need to limit spending. What you need is disclosure. Let people know who's contributing. Well, of course, Citizens United undermined that pretty substantially, and we have millions and millions of dollars. Nobody knows where it comes from. So this bill did that. This bill also said that we ought to have better ethics. We ought to not be serving on boards of profit-making corporations while we're making policies that affect them in this House. And yes, it said the President of the United States, as every president since I've been a member of Congress, which has been since the early 80s, 1981, should disclose their tax returns so that the people know, are they acting in their interest or in the people's interest? We called that bill For the People, for voting rights, for fair registration, for campaign finance that is honest and above board and transparent, and for good ethical behavior by us and by the President. So I disagree with my friend, the Minority Whip. I think this was a good week. In some ways, it was a tough week, but it was a good week. And I am very pleased that not only did we adopt that resolution, against hate and prejudice and bigotry against all, including and very pointedly and starting out with anti-Semitism. But we also adopted a bill that will give more trust and faith to the American people in their government and more access to the ballot box. It was a good bill. It was a good week. And I yield back the balance of my time.
If we talk about H.R. 1, what the gentleman fails to mention is that bill gives billions of dollars of taxpayer money to politicians. Many have called it the For the Politicians Act. Most Americans across this country who are hardworking don't want to see their taxpayer dollars go to some politician that they strongly disagree with so that they can run negative attack ads, things that people don't like to see on TV. If somebody wants to contribute to a campaign, that's their prerogative. But no taxpayer should be forced to give their taxpayer money, billions of dollars of their taxpayer money, to politicians, whether they agree or disagree with them, by coercion from the federal government. That's in the bill. Felons voting. In many cases, many states have laws against felons voting. For example, if somebody, we brought this up, we weren't even able to get a clear answer. If somebody was convicted of child molestation, and in a state they're prohibited from going to schools, under your bill, if they go to a school to vote because now as a felon, as a child molester, even though that state bars them from voting and that state bars them from going into a school, the bill gives them a hall pass to go into that school as a child molester who otherwise under their state law would be prohibited from going into that school where children are. So there are obviously a lot of other things in that bill that concern many, many Americans across the country. Getting back to the anti-Semitism debate we're having, the gentleman brought up the minority leader and other members. The minority leader has been very, very vocal against anti-Semitism. Clearly, when you saw people giving outside money, tens or hundreds or over $100 million of their own money to influence campaigns, of course that's a subject people talk about.
Will the gentleman yield on that point?
I would yield on that point, but I'd like to make the point that the minority leader has been very vocal against anti-Semitism, and I just wanted to make sure the gentleman wasn't inferring anything differently in your comments, and I yield.
Why in his comment did he mention 3 Americans of Jewish extent, but didn't mention the Koch brothers?
Didn't mention who?
And by the way, didn't mention the gentleman from Nevada.
Who's also Jewish.
Exactly.
So clearly,
the 3 Jews that were mentioned were all Democrats.
We have supporters
and
on
the Koch
both
brothers
sides.
were not mentioned.
We have supporters on both sides, regardless of their faith.
I agree with that.
Who give lots of money to politics.
I agree with that.
Now, if the criticism was that there were big donors to Democrats, of course that's who was being mentioned. Regardless of their faith, those were the people that were giving large amounts of money, tens of millions of dollars each. And so, you know, as you've criticized maybe or brought up the name of the gentleman from Nevada, nobody questions that you're making a comment about his religious faith. And neither should the assertion be made to anyone who brings up the 3 gentlemen who were mentioned. So reclaiming my time, the bigger issue is it's interesting that the gentleman mentioned a bunch of names. You mentioned a lot of names, but the one name you didn't mention, is Miss Omar, who at the beginning of this week, that was initially what the resolution was going to be trying to address, is comments made by Miss Omar. You know, and ultimately the resolution went much further, left out that key component that many of us wanted to see addressed, many of us expected to see addressed. But a lot of people found it real interesting. For example, in Section 7 of the resolution, it condemns death threats received by Jewish and Muslim members of Congress. Why, interestingly, were death threats to other members of Congress left out? I surely can speak to that, as so many other of our colleagues can. All death threats against members of Congress are wrong. Why did the resolution fall short in so many areas? Because it was so hastily put together. That's not the way we should address an issue this important. It was supposed to be a narrow resolution. Clearly, on your side, you had a lot of division over it. There shouldn't have been division over it. And so this is what we ended up with. And so, yes, many of our members felt that while we've been very clear in rejecting anti-Semitism and anti-racism and any kind of bigotry, that the resolution fell short of what its original objective was. And again, I hope we don't have to come back to this. I hope it doesn't continue. And so we can continue speaking about this, but I think it's clear, let's be clear about who's speaking out against it and who's continuing to engage in it. And I don't know if the gentleman would like to yield one more time before we wrap up.
I would ask you to yield.
I would yield to the gentleman from Maryland.
Again, I would urge both sides, when the leader of our government says things that clearly offend minority groups of all stripes, that we speak out. I think that's a good thing for us to do, and I'm sure that we can be joined together to do exactly that. I would also ask the gentleman to perhaps observe the extraordinary diversity of representing all of America on this side of the aisle. And so you ought not to be surprised that in representing that diversity, they bring forward issues that we tried to also address in a resolution that said hate, bigotry, and prejudice is wrong. It is un-American. Unfortunately, none of us have ancestors that were free or today from pursuing hateful policies. We ought not to be, as I said on the floor, too sanctimonious. We were a nation that allowed slavery and went through an extraordinary civil war to eliminate that blot on we hold these truths to be self-evident. So yes, we have a lot of diversity on our side of the aisle. And that diversity is representing its people. They're Americans, but they represent a number of Americans who are perceived as different than other Americans for some designation, either because of race, gender, color, sexual orientation, you name it. Immigrant, you name it. So yes, we have a lot of diversity on this side of the aisle, and we tried to respect that diversity and make sure that every American knew when they read this resolution, we are against discrimination against anybody. I yield back the balance of my time.
And we appreciate the diversity that we have. We obviously strive to be even more diverse, but the most important diversity that we have and that we're proud of is our diversity of thought. We are proud to respect people of all faiths. All faiths. This was a nation founded under a deep belief in God, but we don't have an established religion. We appreciate and respect people of all religious backgrounds. One of the things I love most about going to Israel as a Catholic is that so much of the history of my faith, of Jesus Christ, is represented there in Israel. When you can walk the streets of Jerusalem and literally walk in the steps of Jesus. And the fact that the Jewish people in Israel respect that diversity. They respect people of all faiths. And that's one of the proud crowning achievements of the Jewish state of Israel. If you look at where we are as a nation, clearly slavery is one of the stains, probably the greatest stain of this nation. They struggled with it in its founding, and ultimately President Lincoln, the first Republican president, President Lincoln gave his life fighting to end slavery, and it was here in this chamber. It was this chamber, newly built, where they had that great debate to finally pass the 13th Amendment. One of the proudest moments of our nation. Very contentious, but ultimately it was a struggle that had finally come to a head. And again, President Lincoln gave his life for that fight, and we still honor and respect him. We respect the fact that we have a room right down the hall, the Lincoln Room, where Abraham Lincoln, as a House member in the 1870s or in the 1840s, spent time, and we can all go and literally sit or talk in the same place that Abraham Lincoln sat and talked as he was starting to build coalitions to end slavery that he ultimately was able to secure. So we continue to fight. It was wonderful to see John Lewis on the floor, a true hero, not just a hero of this Congress. You know, we had the honor to serve with Sam Johnson who was a great hero, spent 7 years in the Hanoi Hilton. We have a true honor to serve with John Lewis. And whether we disagree sometimes on politics, to be able to sit and talk with somebody who truly lived some of the toughest history of our nation and has the scars to prove it. And yet he still has love in his heart, and he exhibits that love and that passion. So we're honored to be able to celebrate that diversity. And ultimately, it's a diversity of thought that we all should fight to achieve equality and opportunity for all men and women in this great nation. And if the gentleman has anything else to
thank the gentleman for his comments. Let me simply add, we can honor that by our words and our actions today and tomorrow and every day thereafter. And I yield back the balance of my time.
And I agree we should continue to honor all of those goals with our words and our actions. And with that, I yield back. Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields back.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet on Monday next, when it shall convene at noon for morning hour debate and 2 p.m. for legislative business.
Without objection. Hour entertains requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Speaker, I first want to acknowledge the passing of a dear friend, Congressman Ralph Hall, who was a great leader and a great Texan. But I also rise today, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that the American people know what we did this week, and that is condemning anti-Semitism as hateful expressions of intolerance that are contradictory to the values and aspirations that define the United States of America. This is the strongest, most definitive denouncing of anti-Semitism that the United States Congress has ever voted on, 407 votes. And this summer, I will be in my almost 30th year of sending young people to Israel in a kibbutz program named after former Congressman Mickey Leland. We understand the value of applauding all people. And yes, we don't want Americans who happen to be Muslims to be discriminated against or associated with the burning towers, Muslims who have served in the United States military, or white nationalists who will be willing to talk about the hatefulness against African Americans, Latinos, Native Americans, Asians, and Pacific Islanders. Mr. Speaker, this is an important statement, and I'm glad to have been associated with it, and we should applaud all those who voted for it. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman from Arkansas is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the life and legacy of the late Joe Steele, the founder of Steele Canning Company in Arkansas. Joe grew up in Northwest Arkansas and eventually enrolled at the University of Arkansas. To cover his tuition, he began canning tomatoes. This side job quickly turned into Steele Canning Company. The business continued to grow and relocated to Springdale. There, Joe made history by shipping the first trainload of canned food in the United States and introducing Popeye brand spinach. During World War II, 70% of Steele's products were sent to our brave troops. One soldier even commented on the beans, saying the reason they're so good is because they were canned in Arkansas. His legacy also includes the creation of the Beaver Water District, the primary source of water for Northwest Arkansas. For these contributions, he was posthumously inducted into the Arkansas Business Hall of Fame, and I congratulate his family on this great honor. Now, yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Last weekend, members of Congress traveled to Alabama
for a civil rights pilgrimage. In Selma, we marched across the Edmund Pettus Bridge alongside Congressman John Lewis. 54 years ago yesterday, Congressman Lewis was on that same bridge with hundreds of other brave Americans, young and old. They were marching for the right to vote, and they were met with a wave of tear gas and billy clubs. Rep. Lewis was beaten unconscious. The trip for me was a powerful, terrible history lesson. Today, states no longer use terror to prevent citizens from voting, but they do use other means. Since the Supreme Court's 2013 Shelby decision, nearly 24 states have implemented restrictive voter ID laws, closed polling places, and used other means to suppress minority voting. H.R. 4, the Voting Rights Advancement Act, will erase these trends, and H.R. 1, which we passed today, strengthens democracy by ensuring clean, fair elections, prohibiting voter roll purges, and ending gerrymandering. Democracy means government by the people, for the people. It lives up to the legacy of those marchers 54 years ago. Ultimately, it means making voters easier, not harder. Let's keep our eye on the prize. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the remainder of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina rise? Without objection, the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Senator Lewis Pate of Mount Olive, North Carolina, recently retired from the North Carolina General Assembly after more than 16 years of serving the great people of Eastern North Carolina. I had the pleasure and honor to serve with Lewis in the North Carolina Senate. We shared representation of Wayne County, and I can attest to what a great member he was. Senator Pate is known across the state for his leadership, compassion, and commitment to public service. He is a Vietnam War combat veteran, having served 20 years in the United States Air Force, earning multiple service medals for his bravery while defending our country. His commitment to advocating for those who serve our country was a top priority during his time in public office, and I know he has been honored to represent the fine men and women serving at Seymour Johnson Air Force Base in Goldsboro. During his tenure in the state Senate, Lewis spent much of his time working to implement policy to strengthen and improve access to quality health care, including major reforms to Medicaid so the program would better meet the needs of those it was designed to help. Senator Pate's legacy as a statesman and mentor and friend to many will continue to impact all those who cross his path. I wish him and his family many blessed days ahead. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the historic vote the House took to strengthen our democracy. The For the People Act will help combat corruption and bring ethics and accountability back to our political process. I am particularly happy that the legislative changes of the Let It Go Act will be part of this bold piece of progressive legislation. Currently, no laws exist that limit how long candidates or former government officials can hold on to their campaign funds after their campaign ends or following the conclusion of their public service. It's not their money. They should let it go. Limits to how long surplus funds can remain in campaign accounts and how that money can be utilized must be established. With the inclusion of my amendment, this legislation will do just that. For far too long, powerful interests and big money in politics have silenced the voices of the American people. H.R. 1 will help shift the balance of power from a wealthy, powerful few back to the American people. Today, I cast an enthusiastic vote, a yes vote for the people. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to express my condolences on the recent passing of a true public servant from my district, Greene County Sheriff Brian Tennant. All who know Brian will remember his devotion to our community. He served as a police officer, an emergency medical technician, and a volunteer firefighter. In 2010, Brian risked his own life to save several others during a terrible house fire in Waynesburg. Shortly after this heroic act, Brian learned that he had an inoperable tumor. Despite this diagnosis and during medical treatment, Brian continued to serve. In 2014, he started his service as Greene County Sheriff. Brian fought his illness for years, all the while serving his community. He was a devoted husband and a father of 4 sons. I'm proud to have met Brian, and my thoughts and prayers go out to his loved ones during this difficult time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Wednesday marked the 7th anniversary of the death of my father, the late Congressman Donald Payne. My father was a tireless advocate in this House, but he lost his life to colorectal cancer too early. That's why each year I sponsor a resolution recognizing March as National Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month, a time to educate the public about the disease and the need for screening. I introduced the bill on Wednesday, the anniversary of the loss of my father. I also introduced the Removing Barriers to Colorectal Cancer Screening Act, a bipartisan bill joined by Representatives Rodney Davis, Don McEachin, and David McKinley as co-leads. More than 100 of you have joined on as co-sponsors, and I hope the rest of you will join as well. When the people use Medicare to get colonoscopies, they are hit with an unexpected bill if polyps are removed. The monetary barrier to screening, and screening saves lives. My father, unfortunately, did not get screened for colorectal cancer. It wasn't something that people of his generation did, but we can honor his legacy by improving education and removing barriers to screening. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in recognition of Coach Mike Guzzo of Silver Bay, Minnesota, for impacting the lives of countless young athletes across the great state of northern Minnesota. When Mike and his wife moved back to his hometown of Silver Bay in 1984, they thought the move might be temporary. However, not long after his return, Mike began to coach youth hockey. Arguably, it was his most important role as a coach and mentor that caused him to stay in Silver Bay for the long term. Mike spent over 30 years coaching the great game of hockey in the great state of hockey. At the end of this season, Mike hung up his skates and whistle and retired. When asked what he would miss most, Mike said it would be his players. Growing up playing the sport of ice hockey myself, I will always remember the coaches for whom I played. I have carried the lessons that they taught me throughout my adult life. Coach Guzzo, I thank you for serving as a role model to these athletes, both on and off the ice. I know from my experience as a player that coaches will always appreciate everything that they have given to the hockey community. I also want to thank you for your dedication to the Silver Bay community and rural Minnesota. This community of Silver Bay matters, and Coach Guzzo, your life made it better. Coach Guzzo, and to your wife, I wish you a happy and healthy and long retirement. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, in light of the undeniable spikes in hate speech and hate crimes and conversations we've had on the House over the past few days, I rise today in memory of Ari Haberstam, a young neighbor of mine whose life was taken 25 years ago this week when anti-Semitic hatred morphed into terrorism. Tragically, on March 6, 1994, Ari passed away at age 16 due to gunshot wounds to the head after a terrorist attack on the ramp leading to the Brooklyn Bridge. Mr. Speaker, we must confront hatred in all of its manifestations, be it anti-Semitic attacks that took our beloved Ari's life, or the hate-fueled neo-Nazi march through Charlottesville that took the life of Heather Heyer. Devorah Haverstam, Ari's mother and my dear friend, is a crusader for justice and a forceful advocate in New York State for the passage of Ari's Law as part of a comprehensive gun control bill prohibiting interstate gun trafficking. Determined to bring about something symbolic of resilience, tolerance, and beauty, in 2004, Ms. Haverstam established Brooklyn's iconic Jewish Children's Museum in my district in memory of Ari. An award-winning children's museum is Ari's legacy. It is our legacy. The uptick in acts of anti-Semitism targeting Jewish communities are truly alarming, but must be confronted. Let us remember that these acts are in no way reflective of who we are as a nation and or our core values of tolerance, respect, and human decency. Let us celebrate Ari's life and legacy by coming together in respect, tolerance, and above all else, love. I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose will the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, it's with a heavy heart that I rise today to mourn the loss of my friend, Kyle Forty. A native of DeKalb County, Kyle was the epitome of what it means to be a Hoosier. A strong man of faith, he held deep love for his God, his family, and his country. Mr. Speaker, as a young man, Kyle was one of the first to believe in me as I began running for public office. He worked tirelessly to help me advance the conservative values that we hold dear. On Sunday, though, Kyle's life was tragically cut short after his helicopter crashed in northern Kenya. No amount of words can describe my pride as I watch Kyle grow and develop into a husband to Hope, a father to Max, and a successful businessman. As his mother correctly stated, he had a passion for humanity and the human soul. And although he left us too soon, his love for people and passion for liberty will serve as an inspiration for me for the rest of my life. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Nevada seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, please.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. On behalf of Nevada's 3rd Congressional District, I rise today to congratulate the robotics team at Nate Mack Elementary and Greenspun Junior High School for advancing to the VEX Global Robotics Competition. Nate Mack and Greenspun Schools will be representing Nevada in the Global Robotics Competition in Louisville, Kentucky, beginning April 27th through May 1st. Though these communities served by Nate Mack and Greenspun face challenges, these students will proudly show the rest of the world the great diversity and intellect in Nevada's 3rd District. And on International Women's Day, it's only fitting that I recognize that these teams embrace girl-powered movement in STEAM and are 50% girls. Just this week, I visited Nate Mack teams in Greenspun and talked to the students about their experience and even got to test drive a robot, which was pretty cool. So today, I want to congratulate Nate Mack Elementary, Greenspun Junior High School robotics team, thank them on behalf of the people of Nevada's 3rd District for representing us at the VEX World Robotics Competition, and wish them the best of luck. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2019, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Flores, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Minority Leader.
Request unanimous consent to address the House for an hour and to revise.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Dr. Francis Graham of Waco, Texas, who passed away on January 10th, 2019. Frank was born on March 19, 1930 in Sparta, Wisconsin, to Francis Graham Sr. and Teresa Snyder Graham. He was the second of 9 children. In 1947, at the age of 16, Frank dropped out of high school and enlisted the United States Army Air Corps. Frank later served in the U.S. Navy from 1950 to 1954 as a member of an underwater demolition team, a predecessor unit to the Navy SEALs. In 1955, Frank returned to the Army and served until 1971, when he was retired as a sergeant major serving with the Special Forces. After he retired from the military, Frank decided to continue his education and obtained his doctorate in psychology at the University of Southern Mississippi in 1976. In 1982, Frank and his wife Patricia moved to Waco. For over 20 years, Frank practiced as a psychologist with the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs and the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. Frank was an active member of the local Special Forces chapter, the Woodway Veterans of Foreign Wars, and was a past president of both the local American Heart Association and the Italian Club of Waco. He was also involved with St. Jerome's Catholic Church and was a fourth-degree member of the Knights of Columbus. Frank had a variety of hobbies, including breeding horses for racing, traveling, reading, movies, and having family and friends over for game night, and being a connoisseur of fine wines and food. Frank was also a member of my Military Service Academy Review Board, which assists in selecting candidates for nomination to our nation's service academies. Mr. Speaker, Frank's life was defined by his service to his family, to our country, to our community. He will be forever remembered as a husband, a father, a grandfather, a veteran, a selfless service, and a great friend. My wife Gina and I offer our deepest and heartfelt condolences to the Graham family. We also lift up the family and friends of Frank Graham in our prayers. I've requested the United States flag be flown over our nation's capital to honor the life and legacy of this humble servant. As I close today, I ask all Americans to continue praying for our country, for our military, for our veterans, and for our first responders who keep us safe at home. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Jack Restivo of Bryan, Texas, who passed away on March 1st, 2019. Jack was born on July 17, 1925 in Bryan, Texas, to Andrew and Corinne Restivo. He was one of 11 children. Growing up in Bryan, he graduated from Stephen F. Austin High School and later attended Texas A&M University in College Station as a member of the class of 1946. In 1943, in the midst of World War II, Jack left Texas A&M to join the United States Army Air Corps, and he trained to be an aerial gunner. He was discharged in 1946 and soon thereafter met the love of his life, Mary Jo. They married in 1947, and Jack began his career in the insurance business in Bryan, Texas. In 1955, he was promoted and transferred to Waco. In Waco, Jack later founded A1 Fire and Safety Equipment Company. He and his family continued to grow this company until Jack retired in 2000. Jack was active in supporting St. Louis Catholic Church and Riker Catholic High School. Jack was on the school board of Riker, and in 1986, he and Mary Jo received the Cougar Award for Excellence for their dedication to this school. Jack loved spending time with his family and friends, golfing, traveling with Mary Jo, and everything related to Texas A&M. He was a longtime season ticket holder for Texas A&M football, baseball, men's basketball, and women's basketball. He was a member of the Texas A&M Champions Council, the Texas A&M Foundation Legacy Society, and an endowed member of the 12th Man Foundation. He also served on the executive committee of the 12th Man Foundation. Mr. Speaker, Jack's life was defined by his service to his family, to our country, to Texas A&M, to our Central Texas communities. He will be forever remembered as a husband, a father, a grandfather, a great-grandfather, a veteran, a mentor, a selfless service, and a great, great friend. My wife Gina and I offer our deepest and heartfelt condolences to the Restivo family. We also lift up the family and friends of Jack Restivo in our prayers. I have requested the United States flag be flown over our nation's capital to honor the life and legacy of this humble servant. As I close today, I ask all Americans to continue praying for their country, for our military men and women who protect us abroad, for our first responders who protect us here at home, and for our veterans. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor John Paul Fritz of College Station, Texas, who passed away on January the 8th, 2019. John Paul was born on August 31st, 1989 in Houston, Texas to John Mark and Kathy Jane Fritz. He was the fourth of 7 children. John Paul was known for his love of the outdoors, whether it was climbing trees and building forts to bring home animals like rabbits, turtles, frogs, and snakes. John Paul was initially homeschooled, but later continued his education when he joined the United States Navy on November 9, 2009. In the Navy, John Paul attended Nuclear Aid Field School and Nuclear Power School. Upon completion of his training, he was selected as junior staff instructor for the modifications and additions to a reactor facility prototype. In 2013, John Paul was stationed aboard the submarine, the USS Florida, and completed missions that were vital to our national security. In 2017, he was selected to become an instrumentation and control equipment instructor, the final course for nuclear electronics technicians. It came as no surprise to anyone that knew John Paul that he was passionate about science, specifically chemistry and nuclear physics. This last year during Christmas, John Paul returned home and built a heat shield out of several household items. He and his friends were trying to develop a new type of efficient rocket fuel, and they hoped to start a company once he retired from the Navy. John Paul was also known for his love of his family. He was engaged to be married this summer, and he dearly loved his daughter Madeline, Elizabeth Ann Fritz. Unfortunately, his time on this earth was cut short way too early. Mr. Speaker, John Paul's life was defined by his service to his family and to our country. He will be forever remembered as a father, a sailor, a son, a brother, and a friend. My wife Gina and I offer our deepest and heartfelt condolences to the Fritz family. We also lift up the family and friends of John Paul Fritz in our prayers. I've requested the United States flag be flown over our nation's capital to honor the life and legacy of this young sailor. As I close today, I urge all Americans to continue praying for our country, for our veterans, for our military men and women who protect us, and for our first responders who keep us safe at home. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Red Cashin of College Station, Texas, who passed away on February 10, 2019. Red was born on November 10, 1931 in College Station on the Texas A&M University campus. His father was the secretary of the YMCA when it was housed on the campus, and Red welcomed many Aggies to campus by letting them rent his red wagon as they moved into the dorms. After graduating from A&M Consolidated High School in 1949, Red attended Texas A&M University on a baseball scholarship and graduated in May 1953. He was then commissioned as a second lieutenant in the United States Army. Red served in the Army for 4 years, working with the National Security Agency, primarily in Washington, D.C. and at Fort Meade. During the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1963, he was recalled back to Washington, where he briefed President Kennedy on the ongoing situation with Cuba. In the 1960s and 70s, Red raised his family in the Brazos Valley and started a business with his father-in-law and best friend. Together, they opened Burgess, Cashin, and Haddix, which later became Anco Insurance. For many years, Red served as chairman emeritus at Anco. Red's father-in-law got him interested in officiating football games. Red began to officiate junior high school games while still in college and eventually became a line judge for the National Football League in 1972. In 1976, Red became a head NFL referee and ultimately officiated Super Bowls 20 and 30. Overall, he served as an official for the NFL for 25 years, officiating more than 500 games. He was inducted in the Texas Sports Hall of Fame in 1989 and was named the NFL's Referee Association honoree in 2011. In 2015, he received the Art McNally Award to recognize exemplary professionalism, leadership, and commitment on and off the field. After his retirement from the field, Red continued to work as a trainer of NFL referees and served as a referee's voice on John Madden's video game, Madden NFL. Although Red spent a lot of time traveling across the United States, he stayed involved in the Brazos Valley community. He served as chairman of the Bryan College Station Chamber of Commerce, the Brazos County Industrial Foundation, the Brazos County Association of Independent Insurance Agencies, and the Region 6 Education Service Center. In 1972, he was honored with the Brazos County Volunteer Award, and in 1994, he received the Brazos County Citizen of the Year Award. Red was also a bell ringer every holiday season with the Salvation Army. Red was involved with many churches in Brazos Valley, first as an elder at the A&M Presbyterian Church, which his father helped found. Later, Red was a deacon at First Baptist Church in Bryan, and most recently, a member of the A&M United Methodist Church. Like most Aggies, Red loved Texas A&M University. In 1990, Red served as the campus muster speaker. He was also honored in 2003 by being named a Texas A&M Distinguished Alumni and has the football official lockers room inside Kyle Field named for him. Red was also later named a Bayes Business School Outstanding Alumni and a Fish Camp namesake. He was a member of the President's Council, the 12th Man Foundation Champions Council, and the Corps Cadets Development Council. Until his passing, Red was also the chair of the Association of Former Students Student Loan Trustee Committee. Mr. Speaker, Red's life was defined by his service to his family, to our country, to the Brazos Valley, and to Texas A&M University. He will be forever remembered as a husband, a grandfather, a great-grandfather, a veteran, a selfless servant, and a great, great friend. My wife Gina and I offer our deepest and heartfelt condolences to the Cashin family. We also lift up the family and friends of Red Cashin in our prayers. I've requested the United States flag be flown over our nation's capital to honor the life and legacy of this humble servant. As I close today, I urge all Americans to continue praying for our country, for our veterans, for our military men and women who protect us, and for our first responders who keep us safe at home. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Dr. James Earl of College Station, Texas, who passed away on February 4, 2019. Jim was born on May 2, 1932 in Jacksonville, Texas, to Herbert and Edna Earl. While attending Jacksonville High School, Jim excelled in sports, particularly boxing. Jim won many Golden Gloves titles and earned the name the Mangler in high school. In high school, he also started drawing caricatures. After graduating from high school, Jim attended Texas A&M University, where he was a member of the Corps Cadets. While at Texas A&M, Jim organized the first boxing club and lettered in both boxing and track and field. Jim graduated from Texas A&M in 1954 with a degree in architecture. Upon graduation, he was commissioned as a second lieutenant in the United States Air Force. While serving in the Air Force, Jim was stationed at Dyess Air Force Base in Abilene, Texas. It was at a base event in the summer of 1957 where he met his future wife, Teresa. She sat in front of him for a caricature and he said, "You're so pretty, I think I'm going to marry you." They married just a few months later and raised two loving daughters. They had been married 61 years at the time of his passing. Jim completed active duty in 1957 and returned to Texas A&M to begin his career as an educator. He began teaching mechanical drafting to first-year engineering students. He later became the head of the engineering design graphics department. In 1964, Jim earned his PhD in education. He continued to teach until 1995 when he retired. Throughout his career, Jim was active in the American Society of Engineering Education and held many leadership positions in the engineering design graphics division. From 1986 to 1981, he served as chair of the annual conference committee of that organization. He was named Professor Emeritus of Civil Engineering in 1995 and a Legend of Aggieland in 2000. During his time as a student and professor at Texas A&M, Jim created and drew a beloved cartoon character, Cadet Slouch. Jim depicted Slouch as an undergraduate cadet trying to navigate campus life. Topics included class assignments, the Aggie football team, and life in the Corps Cadets. Cadet Slouch and his friends Simp, Cedric, Squirt, and Fish Jethro were published in the battalion, the student newspaper, from 1955 to 1985. When drawing cadet slouch cartoons, Jim was also often influenced by his time as a student and later as a professor. The Cadet Slouch cartoon series was a commentary on the many changes going on at Texas A&M, including the enrollment and the voluntary participation in the Corps. Cadet Slouch was beloved by generations of Aggies while it was published. In addition to the cartoons run in the student newspaper, collections of Cadet Slouch cartoons were published in several books. On a personal note, during my time at Texas A&M in the mid-'70s, I always enjoyed reading the Cadet Slouch cartoon in the battalion newspaper. In 1979, Jim and Teresa started their own publishing company. Jim wrote and published drafting workbooks at affordable prices, which were sold to more than 125 universities and colleges across the United States. Many more high schools used his textbooks to teach students mechanical drafting. It was in these workbooks that many of Jim's graduate students advanced their own careers by contributing to the content of those books. These books introduced the concepts and techniques of engineering graphics to over 1 million students across the country and around the world. Jim completed his last workbook, Engineering Graphics Designs, when he was 80 years old. Jim's career bridged the gap between drafting by hand to three-dimensional computer-aided design. Jim believed that one must always adapt to changes in technology, so he bought a computer and mastered AutoCAD to the extent that he was a beta tester for Autodesk. Nevertheless, he never let technology cloud the basics of good drafting and design. Jim also had an interest in history. He served as an officer of many historical societies, including the Westerners, the National Outlaw and Lawman Association, the Western Outlaw and Lawman Association, and the Texas Gun Collectors Association. Jim became an expert on many historical figures and published a book in 1988 about Billy the Kid. Through his publishing company, he worked with friends to bring stories of Western lawmen and outlaws into reality. Mr. Speaker, Jim's life was defined by his service to his family, to his students, to our country, and to Texas A&M University. He will be forever remembered as a husband, a father, a grandfather, a veteran, an educator, a mentor of selfless service, and a great friend. My wife Gina and I offer our deepest and heartfelt condolences to the Earl family. We also lift up the family and friends of Jim Earl in our prayers. I've requested the United States flag be flown over our nation's capital to honor the life and legacy of this humble servant. As I close, I urge all Americans to continue praying for our country, for our veterans, for our military who protects us, and for our first responders who keep us safe at home. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Ed Berry of Bryan, Texas, who passed away on February 24, 2019. Ed was born on April 22, 1940 in Waco, Texas, to Ed Berry Sr. and to Udis Berry White. He graduated from Waco High School and attended Texas A&M University, where he was a member of the class of 1962. While at Texas A&M, Ed was a member of the Corps Cadets, where he was a member of Squadron 4 and ultimately the commanding officer of Squadron 8. He was also a member of the Ross Volunteer Company. He received his degree in mathematics and was also in the first class in the world to graduate with a master's degree in computer science. On August 31, 1963, he married the love of his life, Barbara Teal, in Houston, Texas. They raised 3 sons in the Houston area and moved to Dallas in 1983. In both Houston and Dallas, Ed coached his sons' basketball and baseball teams for a total of 13 years. He also served as a deacon, a choir member, a Sunday school teacher, a Bible study leader, and a number of additional volunteer positions at South Main Baptist and Tallowood Baptist in Houston, Prestonwood Baptist in Dallas, and Travis Avenue Baptist in Fort Worth. At Prestonwood, Ed was also the chairman of the deacons and the president of the choir. After graduating from Texas A&M, Ed went to work at NASA for IBM and contributed to the Gemini and Apollo missions. He also worked for 25 years as the information systems leader for many companies, including Cisco Foods, Zapata Corporation, and Texas Oil and Gas. He later worked in technology and management consulting for Oracle Corporation and Cambridge Energy Research Associates. For the last 15 years, Ed worked as a realtor. He spent 10 years as the executive director of the Bryan College Station Association of Realtors. During his tenure, the association became one of the top 3 in the state of Texas. Mr. Speaker, Ed's life was defined by his service to his family, to Texas, to our country, and to God. He will be forever remembered as a husband, a father, a grandfather, a community leader, a selfless servant, and a great friend. My wife Gina and I offer our deepest and heartfelt condolences to the Berry family. We also lift up the family and friends of Ed Berry in our prayers. I've requested the United States flag be flown over our nation's capital to honor the life and legacy of this humble servant. I also, as I close today, I urge all Americans to continue praying for our country, for our veterans, for our military who protects us, and for our first responders who keep us safe at home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2019, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gourmert, is recognized for the remainder of the hour as a designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was listening to the colloquy earlier. I've listened to comments here during debate. I've seen comments made in the media by some of the folks here in the House over the vote that was taken basically on an anti-hate resolution that was originally intended to address anti-Semitic remarks that were made by a member of the House. Yet, instead of addressing the anti-Semitic remarks, it was made a global, general, oh, we're against almost all hate. Well, not all hate, apparently not the kind of hate for Republicans that would cause our minority whip, Steve Scalise, to be shot and almost killed. Not the violence being perpetrated on supporters of President Trump, including on college campuses. But even they, as horrendous as they were, they have no moral equivalence to the Holocaust. Expanding the resolution from a simple condemnation of anti-Jewish, anti-Semitic remarks to a panoply of other items actually attempted to give everything ever done to anyone, except a few hate-filled actions, of course, but attempting to give them the moral equivalence of the Holocaust where none exist. That's tragic. And then to compound that regrettable action by the majority in trying to please everyone instead of standing up and calling out anti-Jewish, hate-filled remarks, biased, bigoted remarks, it then come here and condemn those of us who call them out for not standing up against anti-Semitic remarks and accuse us of being hate-filled because we took a principled stand against anti-Semitic remarks that needed to be singularized, needed to be addressed, needed to be condemned. And not only that, come in and also take the occasion to slander Steve King, saying, well, he should have been called out 10 years ago. No allegations, no specifics. Let's just generally slap somebody down because we don't like them, we don't like what they've said. This is outrageous. This was no place for any of those actions, any of those comments. And I deeply regret people for whom I've had respect that would come in here and try to draw moral equivalence to every little action. Look, I bet most of us, I know a lot of us, have had plenty of death threats. We've had plenty of nasty comments made. But we don't go running to the media every time somebody threatens to kill us or somebody makes these outrageous threats or allegations. But the Holocaust was different. I mean, the suffering caused during the years of slavery in the United States really were unforgivable. It was a horrible thing to inflict on anybody. I was shocked to find out here in February that there are more slaves in the world today, 40 million, than there ever been in the world's existence. That's horrendous. We ought to take actions to stamp out slavery wherever it is, against whatever race or nationality, whatever. It has no place in the world. But we know what leads to a Holocaust, the killing of millions of Jews simply because they were Jewish. It starts with maligning comments against Jews. And at first, people will say, you know, that's really not appropriate. But then it gets watered down to where, well, there are a lot of bad comments against all kinds of people. You know, we're not for any of those. And that's where we find ourselves this week in the House of Representatives. It has started, and people in this body knew which members have made anti-Semitic feelings known in the past. So it's kind of hard to imagine that anybody would put someone who has espoused very strong anti-Semitic feelings in the past, put them on the committee where they can do the most damage to Israel and our relationship with Israel, and then act like they had no idea. Let's just say that there are problems with all kinds of hate. Well, there's a problem with not calling out the kind of comments that start the ball rolling toward another Holocaust. Those of us who believe in the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and believe, as it says up here, in that God we trust, that's the God it's talking about. That's why Moses, his full face is up here in this body, because of the respect for the moral laws that he gave. But there is a danger to any civilization, any country, who will not call out anti-Semitic comments when they happen. And it's not enough to put in language so that if you accuse somebody of anti-Semitic comments because they've actually made them, but they happen to be of a certain race or religion, then you get condemned for saying, oh, you're against this race, you're against this religion, because you called them down for their anti-Semitic remarks. And that resolution yesterday leaves that kind of ambivalence out there and available to people who make anti-Semitic remarks. It needs to stop. It needs to be called out before this body loses its moral relevance to make a difference in the world. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Question on the motion.
Yep. I move we do now hereby adjourn.
The question is a motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is accepted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until noon on Monday next, for the morning hour debate.
The U.S. House today approved H.R. 1. The bill would set up a publicly financed matching fund program for small donations to congressional candidates. It also makes Election Day a federal holiday, requires congressional district lines to be drawn by nonpartisan commissions, and requires the president to release 10 years of tax returns. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell has said he will not bring the legislation up for a vote in the Senate.